An excerpt from John Davidson's The Theatrocrat, a tragic play of church and stage, to the generation knocking at the door. Introduction: Wordsworth's immorality and mine. Poetry is immoral. It will state any and every morality. It has done so. There is no passion of man or passion of matter outside its province. It will expound with equal zest the twice incestuous intrigue of Satan, sin, and death, and the discarnate adoration of Dante for the most beautiful lady in the world's record. There is no horror of deluge, fire, plague, or war it does not rejoice to utter, no evanescent hue or scent or sound it cannot catch, secure, and reproduce in word and rhythm. The worship of Aphrodite and the worship of the Virgin are impossible without its ministration. It will celebrate the triumph of the pride of life, riding to victory roughshod over friend and foe, in the flame-clad glory of the martyr who lives in obloquy and dies in agony for an idea or a dream. Poetry is a statement of the world and of the universe as the world can know it. Sometimes it is of its own time, sometimes it is ahead of time, reaching forward to a new and newer understanding and interpretation. In the latter case, poetry is not only immoral in the universal order, but also in relation to its own division of time. A great poet is very apt to be, for his own age and time, a great immoralist. This is a hard saying in England, where the current meaning of immorality is so narrow, nauseous, and stupid. I wish to transmute this depreciated word, to make it so eminent that men shall desire to be called immoralists. To be immoral is to be different, that says it precisely, stripped of all accretions, barnacles and seaweed, rust and slime, the keen keel swift to furrow the deep. The difference is always one of conduct. There is no other difference between man and man. From the first breath to the last, life in all its being and doing is conduct. The difference may be as slight as a change in the form of poetical expression or the mode of wearing the hair, or it may be as important as the sayings of Christ, as vast and significant as the French Revolution and the career of Napoleon. Nothing in life is interesting except that differentiation which is immorality. The world would be a putrid stagnation without it, and greatness and glory impossible. Morality would never have founded the British Empire in India. It was English piracy that wrested from Iberia the control of the Spanish Main and the Kingdom of the Sea. War is empowered by immorality. Poetry is warfare. The Testament of a Vivisector, read by Sean Kilpatrick. Note: The Testament of a Vivisector, the first of a series of poems which I propose publishing at intervals in this form, will hardly recommend itself to vivisector or anti-vivisector, and the new statement of materialism which it contains is likely to offend both the religious and the irreligious mind. This poem, therefore, and its successors, my testaments, are addressed to those who are willing to place all ideas in the crucible, and who are not afraid to fathom what is subconscious in themselves and others. John Davidson. The Vivisector. Appraise me, you, Christian of any stock, suave Catholic, whose haunting art avails, though fires are damped and sophistry undone, evangelists with starved and barren brain, preying on evil consciences, or you, courageous Anglican, the well-beloved enfeoffed with freehold in the city of God, and happy here upon commuted tithes, your vested interests snug in ancient lights, or you agnostic, fearing yes and no, poltroon upon conviction, you nor you, vendor of poem or philosopheme, patriot, gossip, warrior, chapman, all in profits, dabbling in affairs of men. Not one of you with impulse or intent to think my thought. How can you judge my life? Who knows the savor of forbidden fruit, the zest of inquisition when the world delivers whole, unchallenged and exempt? Who never begs that truth should benefit, or be at least innoxious, but frequents the labyrinth fires of solitude, wherein the thinker, parched and charred, outlives millenniums in a moment? Who reveres himself and with superb despite maltreats the loving kindnesses of men, divine ideas and abstractions fond? He alone may measure and endure my headstrong passion and austerity, to love and understand the prattlement of amorous begetters, family folk, inevitably mean and gallous hacks of wealth, who ape imagined providence. Chief end of man, the ultimate design of intellect, is knowledge undefiled with use or usufruct. Matter unknown, unknowing, crawled and groped through grade on grade of faculty, till thought came forth at last with power to sift the elements. Chief end of matter, of the earth aware in us, as of that greater matter orbed and lit throughout eternal night, is evermore self-knowledge. Thought achieved, the unconscious will which matter is, empowered it, and enslaved with endless lust of life triumphantly, that knowledge might endure, and tarred it on this thought, or lustful thinker, man, to know under a penalty without reprieve, of character and title manifold, discomfort, pain, affliction, agony, in inclement skies, antagonism in love, engrossing hunger from the willing earth, one easy knowledge apt for instant use. Luxury, fashion, tribal, vanity, desire of power, disease, the fear of death, extorted many a secret, quaintly masked, embarrassed and provocative, or pent inscrutably in substance, singletless. But chiefly death inspired the slavish thought with terror-stricken zeal to penetrate the only mystery, matter, mutable, eternal, infinite in being, power, and semblance. Matter's dread, the restless thought, knit up with flesh of men, that builds and weaves, bakes, brews, and fights and heals, that would express the very seed of gold, and tamely sought elixir, paragon of vanities, and matter's masterpiece in high chicane, that, not content with offspring, men must scheme to propagate their own peculiar woe. This helpless thought, solacing unbeknown the passion of self-knowledge, crown and flower of that unconscious will which matter is, always the stolid will, matter supreme. I say, this anguished thought, this mind of man, organ of matter's consciousness, rebelled, and with wanton populace of gods, a drift of elves, and rout of forms obscene, slandered material truth, more traitorous still, perverted and obscured the clear unknown with the immaterial imagined God alone, spirit and a hereafter, pitched sublimely in the empyrean heaven, in the abyss profoundly hollowed hell, salvation or damnation, thought aspired. So I escape from matter's galling yoke. Thus the tormented common mind of man, a mode of matter warring with itself, but at all times a more reliant thought, a strength of brain, a remnant less than man, and greater, in the jargon of the herd, hateful to God and to God's enemies, fulfilled the bent of matter willingly, and sought out knowledge for its very sake. It might be shrewdly as a livelihood, or to delight or help mankind, or make a name at first, but in the end to know, merely to know, was the consuming fire of these strong minds, delivered and elect. In the high sphere of knowledge which I haunt, when I began to hew the living flesh I seemed to seek, I seemed, for who can tell, the drift of aims utility distorts, the mitigation of disease, not long a bias of humanity deflects advancement in the true materialist. My thought that shared the contumacy men display effeminate in things material, began to turn to matter lustfully, with masculine intent. You start and stare, how shall I cut and thrust conviction through and through you? Now I know, this impress asks a sheet unsoiled. Oh, for a sudden end of palimpsests! Expunge the o'erscored script that blurs the mind with poetry and prose of every age, and yield it gladly up for me to carve with knowledge and to seal with matter's signet. Listen now and think. Daily I pass a common chaplain seamed by weeks of headlong heat, a rotten hack, compunctious, hideful of rheumatic joints, larded with dung and clay, gaunt spectacle of ring-bone, spaven, canker, shambled about, and grazed the faded, sparse, disrelished tufts that the sun's tongue of flame had left half-licked. Family physician, coaster, cat's meat man, these the indifferent fates who ruled his life. The last had turned him loose to dissipate a day or two of grace. But when he came, the raw-faced knacker with his knuckly fists, I ransomed Dobin, pitying his case. He seemed so cheerful, maugre destiny. Enfranchised in my meadow, all his hours were golden, till the end with autumn came. Even with my impulse, sundered husk and shell of habit and utility, 2 days he lay a-dying, and could not die. Endowed with strength, affection, blood, nerve, hearing, sight, laden with lust of life, of the behoof of matter, gelded, bitted, scourged, starved, dying, where could the meaning of the riddle lie? Submissively, like a somnambulist who solves his problem in a dream, I found the atonement of it, and became its lord. Lord of the riddle of the universe, aware at full of matter's stolid will in me, accomplishing its useless aim. The whipsman felt no keener ecstasy when a fair harlot of the cart's tail shrieked, and rags of flesh with blood-soaked tawdry lace girdled her shuddering loins. No hallowed awe that ever wrapped a pale inquisitor, beholding pangs of stubborn heresy. A sweat upon the rack surpassed the fierce exalted anguish of my thought. I fixed the creature impotent and moribund, with gag and fetter, sheared his filthy mane, cut a foot's length tissue and tendon twixt his pole and festering withers, and hammered out 3 arches of his spine. In ropey bulk, stripped to my forceps, marrow matter's pith itself. A twitch, a needle's faint appeal recalled the gelding's life, supplied each stop and register of sense with vibrant power, and made this faithful dying loathsome drudge one diapason of intensest pain, sublime and terrible in martyrdom. I study pain, measure it, and invent, I and my compeers, for I hold again that every passionate materialist who rends the living subject soon is purged of vulgar tenderness, indiligent, delighted tormentry of bird and beast, and conscious or unconscious of his aim, fulfills the will of matter, cutting out a path to knowledge, undefiled with use or usufruct by matter's own resource. Pain, alkahest of all intelligence. I study pain, pain only. I broach and tap the agony of matter, and work its will, detecting useless items. I and those who tortured 80 solipeds to carve a scale of feeling on the spinal cord,
quilted with nails and mangled flights of fowl, litters and nests of vermin happily throughout a year, discerning in the end that anguished breath and breath of healthy ease differ in function by a jot, perhaps, or paisan doctors, whom the Florentine furnished with criminals from a gentler doom, withdrawn to undergo anatomy, and masters who, before the world grew tame, enjoyed the handling in their honored troughs of countless men and women alive and well. Have I no pain? I live alone, my wife forsook me and my daughters. In the night, from silted fountains sprung insurgent tears arouse me, a marauder in the past, against my will, one of the nightly gang, impressed by sleep to serve insomnia, the queen of waking dreams, caught in her snare, the man-trap memory, towards the recreant hour, when life is at the ebb. I rise and think to end it now, but always stay my hand, because we cannot put an end to that in which we live and move and have our being, nor anywhere escape it. Air is matter, the interstellar spaces matter cold and thin, the darksome vehicle of light. To the materialist there is no unknown. All is matter. Pain? I am one ache, but never when I work. There matter wins, and I believe that they who delve the soil, who reap the grain, who dig and smelt the ore, the girl who plucks a rose, the sweetest voice that thrills the air with sound, give matter pain. Think you the sun is happy in his flames, or that the cooling earth no anguish feels, nor quails from her contraction? Rather say, the systems, constellations, galaxies, that strew the ethereal waste, are whirling there in agony unutterable. Pain, it may be matter in itself is pain, sweetened in sexual love, that so mankind, the medium of matter's consciousness, may never cease to know the stolid bent of matter, the infinite vanity of the universe, being evermore self-knowledge.
The Testament of a Man Forbid by John Davidson. Mankind has cast me out, when I became so close a comrade of the day and night, of earth and of the seasons of the year, and so submissive in my love of life and study of the world, that I unknew the past and names renown, religion, art, inventions, thoughts, and deeds, as men unknow what good and evil fate befell their souls, before their bodies give them residence. How old the letter haunts the spirit still, as if the soul were other than the sum the body's powers make up, a golden coin, amount of so much silver, so much bronze. I said, rejoicing, now I stand erect, and am that which I am. Compassionate, I watched a motley crowd beside me, bent beneath unsteady burdens, toppling loads of volumes, news and lore antique, that showered about their ears to be re-edified on aching heads and shoulders overtasked. Yet were these hodmen cheerful, ignorant of woe, whose character it is to seem predestined about the honorable care? They read their books, reread and read again. They balanced libraries upon their poles, and tottered through the valley almost prone, but certain they were nobler than the beasts. I saw besides in fields and cities hordes of haggard people, soaked in filth and slime, wherewith they fed the jaded earth, the while their souls of ordure stank. Automata that served machines, whose tyrannous revolt enthralled their lords, as if the mistletoe displaying a mournful gold and wintry pearls on sufferance should enchant the forest oak. Aware how multitudes of those enslaved no respite sought, but squandered leisure hours among the crowd, whose choice or task it was to balance libraries upon their poles, I laughed a long low laugh with weeping strung, a rosary of tears, to see mankind so dauntless and so dull, and cried at last, good people, honest people, cast them off and stand erect, for few are helped by books. What? Will you die crushed under libraries? Lo, 30 centuries of literature have curved your spines and overborne your brains. Off with it, all of it. Stand up. Behold the earth, life, death, and day and night. Think not the things that have been said of these, but watch them and be excellent, for men are what they contemplate. They mock me, yeah, the fox who lost his tail. Though you are crazed, we have our wits about us. Nay, I cried, there was besides an ape who lost his tail that he might change to man, undo the past. The rainbow reaches Asgard now, no more. Olympus stands untenanted. The dead have their serene abode in earth itself, our womb, our nature, and our sepulchre. Expel the sweet imaginings, profound humanities, and golden legends, forms heroic beauties, tripping shades, embalmed through hallowed ages in the fragrant hearts and generous blood of men. The climbing thoughts whose roots ethereal grope among the stars, whose passion flowers perfume eternity, weed out and tear, scatter and tread them down, dismantle and dilapidate high heaven. It has been said, ye must be born again. I say to you, men must be that they are. Philosophy, the juggling dupe who finds astounding meanings in the universe commodiously secreted by himself. Religion, that appoints the soul a flight imperial, hoods its vision then and plucks its plumes. Its arcing pinions tethers down to flap about a lay-stall. Art sublime, the ancient harlot of the ages, she whose wig of golden tinct enameled face and cushioned bosom rivet glowing looks, whose scented flatulence diviner seems than dulcet breath of girls who keep their tryst in hawthorn brakes devoutly, when the sap bestirs the troubled forest and the winds solace the moonlight earth with whispered news. Religion, art, philosophy, this God, this beauty, this idea men have filled the world with, study still and still adore, are only segments of the spirit's tale we must outgrow if spirit would ascend. Let spirit be the word for body and soul. Will language ne'er be fused and forged anew, and quit the withering life of fear and shame, of agony and pitiful desire, to reign untailed in heaven hereafter? Laugh! The changing image seizes you, or thus this beauty, this divinity, this thought, this hallowed bower and harvest of delight, whose roots ethereal seem to clutch the stars, whose amaranths perfume eternity, is fixed in earthly soil, enriched with bones of used-up workers, fattened with the blood of prostitutes, the prime manure, and dressed with brains of madmen and the broken hearts of children. Understand it, you at least, who toil all day and writhe and groan all night with roots of luxury, a cancer struck in every muscle. Out of you it is cathedrals rise, and heaven blossoms fair. You are the hidden, putrefying source of beauty and delight, of leisured hours, of passionate loves and high imaginings. You are the dung that keeps the roses sweet. I say uproot it, plow the land, and let a summer fallow sweeten all the world. With mud bespattered, bruised with staves and stoned, you call us dung, me from the midst they drove. Alone I went in darkness, and in light, color and sound attending on my steps, and life and death the ministers of men, my constant company. But in my heart of hearts I longed for human neighborhood, and bent my pride to win men back again. I came a penitent, and on my knees I climbed their stairs. I thundered at their doors and cried, I am your brother. In your wrath, as brethren should, destroy me. At your hands I must have life or death. I cannot bear the outcast's fate. They bade me then proclaim how seemed the world now in my penitence. But when I rose to speak, their palaces, their brothels, slums, cathedrals, theaters, asylums, factories, exchanges, banks, the patched-up world of heirlooms, hand-me-downs, that worm and moth dispute, of make-believe, of shoddy pinchbeck sweepings of the street, of war disguised, of unconcealed chicane, of shriveled drudge and swollen parvenu. turned at my glance into that murky vale, where patient hodmen on their rounded backs sustain the thought of 30 centuries, where multitudes of slaves renounced their rest to balance libraries upon their poles, or to that giant oaf for vision shifts the world about like winds that shape the clouds, whose spiritual tale, most awkward now, that breeches hide the rump, is cherished still with ursine piety, or to that bower of heaven's delight, whose barbed and cancerous roots are struck in earthly soil enriched with blood of men and women. As I saw, I said, how could I else, and bade them as before, arise, uproot the pleasance, plough the land, and let the world lie fallow. Only then can any seed of change have room to grow. They yelled upon me, and their missiles flew, but one arose to represent the world, and at his nod their clamor ceased. He said, "There is no harbor here for such as you. You know not what you say, nor understand how you have hurt yourself. You cannot, fool, and answered as befits, contrive to make a monkey human by caudotomy, nor can humanity transcend itself by shearing off its spirit at the root. That of the tale is false analogy. Man springs from out the past, his taproots pierce the strata of the ages, drawing strength from every generation, every cult. The scission of the smallest rootlet harms his growth." Then, turning, he adjured the crowd, "Be warned, or be accursed. This monster steps beyond the scope and furthest bound of man. Mere mirror is his brain, his heart, mere husk. A waft of death comes from him. Would you live indifferent to your own delight, unmoved by kindred sorrow, and oblivious of all your fathers did, then give him ear, and quit forever the resourceful past? I know you will not. What, some pause to think? Resort now to the knife, and you will find 'tis not an unbecoming useless tale you sever manfully to be yourselves, but suicide of soul that you commit. To me you ask for life or death from us, because you cannot bear the outcast's fate. We disregard your claim. What you can bear is no concern of ours. We cast you out. Your well-earned portion of the universe is isolation and eternal death. Cut off, an alien, here you have no home. No face shall ever gladden at your step, no woman long to see you. Get you hence and seek the desert, or since your soul is dead, return your body to the earth at once, and let resolved oblivion triumph now." Gladly the world approved with hand and voice, and a woman offered me a knife. "And let resolved oblivion triumph now," she echoed. "Had it been my will to die, I should not then have made the sacrifice at the world's bidding, but I chose to live, for while I live the victory is mine. So I went forth for evermore, forbid the company of men, the universe, systems, and suns, and all that breathes and is, appeared at first in that dread solitude. Only the momentary insolent eruption of a glittering fantasy into the silent, empty infinite. But eyes and ears were given to me again. With these a man may do, with these endure. I haunt the hills that overlook the sea. Here, in the winter, like a meshwork shroud, the sifted snow reveals the perished land and powders wisps of knotgrass dank and dead that trail like faded locks on moldering skulls unearthed from shallow burial. With the spring, the west wind thunders through the budding hedge that stems the furrowed steep, a sound of drums, of gongs, and muted cymbals. Yellow breasts and brown wings whirl in gusts, fly chaffering, drop and surge in gusts again. In wooded combs, the hyacinth with purple diapers, the russet beech mast, and the cowslips hoard their virgin gold in lucent chalices. The sombre firs, all suddenly attired in rich brocade, the enterprise in chief and pageant of the season, overrides the rolling land and grids the bosomed plain that strips her green robe to a saffron shore and steps into the surf where threads and scales and arabesques of blue and emerald wave begin to damascene the iron sea, while faint from upland fold the covert peal, the sheep bell, and the cuckoo's mellow chime. then when the sovereign light from which we came of earth enamored bends most questioning looks, I watch the land grow beautiful, a bride transfigured with desire of her great lord, betrothal music of the tireless larks, heaven high, heaven wide, possesses all the air, and wreathes the shining lattice of the light with chaplets, purple clusters, vintages of sound from the first fragrant breath and first tear-sprinkled blush of summer to the deep transmuted fire, the smoldering golden moons, the wine-stained dusk of autumn harvest ripe, and I behold the period of time when memory shall devolve and knowledge lapse, wanting a subject, and the willing earth leap to the bosom of the sun to be pure flame once more in a new time begun. Here, as I pace the pallid, doleful hills and serpentine declivities that creep unhonored to the ocean's shifting verge, or where, with prouder curve and greener sward surmounting peacefully the restless tides, the cliff escarpment ends in storm-clad strength.
The Testament of an Empire Builder by John Davidson. The Testament of an Empire Builder. Parable pro re nata. But whether or no the world is round, and he still must go through depths profound, o'er heights of snow, on virgin ground, to find a grave, For he knows very well he must trample out through heaven and hell, with never a doubt, a way of his own the world about. The Last Ballad and Other Poems. A protagonist came into the marketplace, and began to sing songs that had not been sung before. As soon as they perceived that the songs were new, the people asked him why did he not sing the old songs. The protagonist answered, I am dissatisfied with the old songs, and wish to sing new ones. With that they held their peace and listened attentively, and often with approval, because the new songs, like the old, contained many expressions of delight and hope. Besides, it was exactly the superficial complexion of things that this people, like most peoples, loved to contemplate. Wherefore, when pain and terror, which are the blood and nerve, the entrails and inmost complexion of the world, began more fully to inform the protagonist's songs, the people bade him cease. We want the old songs, they cried, the old lullabies, the old flatteries. Our hearts ache for these. We never tire of these. It was indeed the case that the poetical imagination of this people dwelt fondly in the library, in the cathedral, and in the museum of antiquities, haunts of pallid legends, barren ideals, and dead gods. Pallid, barren, and dead, at least to this people, because the racial desire of comfort, even more than centuries of wistful loving kindness, ineffectual enough against the facts of life, had leached out of legend, ideal, and God all anguish and terror, the actual base of such. I should like to sing my new songs, the protagonist said. It is true I come from homes and palaces and beautiful lands, with happiness and mirth, pleasure and enchantment, but I have also been in the wilderness, the prison house, the torture chamber, and the dark places with solitude, travail and pain, bitter laughter and despair. I have told you the testaments of the Vivisector and of the man forbid. I am now about to tell you the testament of the Empire Builder. Afterwards, I wish to tell you the testaments of the harlot, the artist, the Christian, the mendicant, the criminal, the millionaire, the proletarian, the convertite, the evolutionist, the deliverer, and others that are eager to be told. I understand that these testaments are likely to displease religious and irreligious minds, the pessimist and the optimist alike. I therefore invite the attention of free intelligences, and, if it may be, of intelligences which, although not free, are yet able to elude the vigilance of whatever creed, system, or theory has them in charge. A huge moiety of the crowd drew off, and thought no more of him. Of those who remained, the majority, whether they approved or not, honored themselves and him by their attention. But some began to stone him with right good will. I was broken on the wheel in Thule 12 years ago, he told them cheerfully. The executioner, knowing his business and loving it well, proceeded in a leisurely manner that I might realize and savor the torture, and be maddened with anticipation of each ensuing stroke. But when he had smitten me on the breast, and left me for dead, there came by one who undid the chains which bound me to the wheel, whereupon, although all my limbs were broken, and my bosom staved in, having within me that material power formerly fabled of the gods, I arose and came down here into the marketplace and began to sing again. A man who has been broken on the wheel no longer feels pain. Your stones hurt me not, but the lapidation incommodates me much. Desist, I pray you. However, his reflective auditors with placid austerity counseled him against petulance, and those who stoned him insisted with great good humor that they were not stoning him. We are only trying to make out your meaning, they said. And so it seemed to them, for they were very honest people. But in the world where this happened, it is in the nature of things that the apparent deed is often entirely different from the actual one, so that men constantly kill each other without knowing it. The protagonist, reassured, resumed his testaments, and his audience, the reflective portion having not withdrawn, continued to make out his meaning by stoning him. When they had killed the protagonist, they were struck with astonishment, and exclaimed to each other, "Why, the protagonist is dead. Who can have done this?" "It is the nature of things that killed him," declared an ancient, who had been the first to throw a stone at him. "I wish he had finished his testaments," said he who had given him the death blow. "What were they about? I suppose we shall never know." "I know," said the ancient. "They were parts of one great song." "What is the name of this great song?" "Men of judgment who know its name never tell it, because to hear or to speak the name of this song is to be filled with desire to sing it, and no protagonist or man will ever be allowed to do so." "What hinders the singing of this song?" "The nature of things." "But the truth of this parable has not been established yet." John Davidson, The Testament of an Empire Builder. We are the mightiest, the heirs of Rome, and with the power there lies a ruthless obligation on our souls, to be despotic for the world's behoof. Ruthless, I say, because the destinies admit no compromise. We must be first, though everlasting war cement each course of empire with our blood. To break with all the ragged past and be the demiurge of order and a time stamped with my image is to chafe mankind and mark my power and daring carved in deep amazement, and a world-wide frown is to read triumph in a storm of hate. Self's the man. You must not let me lie so long, 70. Self-knowledge ends in self-contempt. Man can be too familiar with himself. Let me not lie so long. Recumbent nerve evolves sublime designs, quintessences of wit, and strokes of power, where the veins swell and tighten muscles twang. But in my head the turbid lees of blood settle and fume and harass me with dreams. Last night I saw the universe in visions more intense than any scene my memory can recall, of things beheld and done, while voices quaint or awful in my sleeping ears conversed. I seemed to pace beside an olive brook that slumbered in a wood. The water bore a wandering arabesque of harvest leaves, crimson and saffron, ebony, burnished gold, and in its bosom coyly stowed away fantastic shadows, odds and ends of cloud, sunbeams, and purple patches of the sky, under a chestnut tree, whose candles all were out, and sconces broad from green to bronze transmuted. Nanook, frosty-furred, addressed a group of beasts. My lord the elephant, the lion, grave and watchful as a man, a boma, umber-colored, ringed and pied, with stable stains and silver, worshipped once, a dreaded deity, and a hawk, the vulture king, with wings as innocent, in dye as fleur-de-lis, yet gilt-adorned, with rose and violet and daffodil engrailed upon his head and sinewy neck. Splendor and beauty are the flower and scent, the crown and sign of epicures in blood. Beside these humbly knelt the groundling ape, the rusty hackney truant from his cab, the patient mastiff, and the placid skunk in stalwart order, strong against the world. Said frosty Ninook, swaying plantigrade upon his foreshod soles, the rumor runs that as the rational, unbestial skill of man develops energies profound in matter latent, all the earth must pass beneath his feeble heel, and all the tribes of noble beasts in native strength superb be rooted out by him, whether they range malarial marshes, brilliant deserts laced with ivory skeletons, precipitous ascents, remote ravines, fens, valleys, coasts, inclement, steaming jungles spicy hot, inwove with gorgeous flowers, with lustrous wings, the frozen sea, the silent waste of snow, iceberg and red volcano north and south, regions inhabited to him unarmed, by him untenantable, were they his, as even the envied quarters of the world forever are to miscreated man, of mean inventions stripped, the fangless wretch, unhappy, clawless, hoofless, tailless, palled betrayer of the beasts, infirm, malign usurper, only strong in artifice. How think you, is it true? The mastiff bayed, indubitably man will oust you all. I know him, selfish as the jealous god his orient outcasts made. No perch of earth will in the end escape his ruthless tools. Alas, cried Ninook, shall the heavenly dance illumine swarthy skies with sheaves of light, masses of splendid fire in diverse hues, empurpled, carmine, ruby splashed with gold, deep violet, sapphire, emerald, orange, red, inarched or pulsing, crystalline, athwart the darksome firmament, and none of us, huge-footed, serpent-headed polar bears, to revel in the Arctic glory, feast on blubbered seals that slumber on the floes, outspeed the salmon in his element, and for the kingdom of the icy strand defeat in battle swift the sullen morse. A flea, ensconced behind the mastiff's ear, chirruped aloud, "Ninook, my friend, take heart. I, for example, must be soundly squelched. But the idea of the flea remains, for race continues always. Permanence of species is established theory." "Established nonsense, neighbor, hold your tongue," snorted the domineering elephant. "Few are the species that endure beyond their geologic period. Answer this. Where are the giant beasts of ancient fame, the labyrinthodon, the plesiosaur, dinornis, mammoth, megatherium? Aye, the great auk and the dodo, both extant within the memory of the swan, the tortoise and the raven," lisped the skunk. "Allow the wind, good brother beast, stand off," said the groundling ape. "The troglodyte existence by itself abolishes the ill-equipped of every time and style, or if archaic specimens impede the fantasy of matter thronged with shapes in cataclysms, catastrophes of fire, subversions aqueous, and glacial drifts, those stubborn prodigies are swallowed up to clear the way for fresh experiment. But this be sure of, every horn and hoof, and every insect, feather, fur, and fin, of use to man survives while man survives. One gallant race besides, the simian stock, to which I have the honor to belong, of no utility for drought or food, the science and the vanity of man will foster to the end, because by it he swears when he propounds his progress fast from sarcoid origins and a new beloved hypothesis of evolution." "Shame," the skunk rejoined with simulated zeal and brandished tail. "If man were worth his salt, there would not now be left a single ape, macaque or lemur, lory or calathrisk, baboon or gibbon, to twit him with descent from lewd abominable quadrumanes, mimics of men, whose pitiful burlesque has helped creation's lord to theorize ignobly of himself. Base troglodyte, I spurn the theory, and I hold your tribe the foulest zoological debauch, the misbegotten brood of some insane, unholy prehistoric human race, in loathsome commerce with pernicious beasts. Catastrophes and cataclysms indeed. I tell you, troglodyte, mankind will rise, a natural convulsion more devout than pilgrimage, hegira, or crusade, more general from the monkeys than the flood, and in the panic of aesthetic ire obliterate the libel of himself." May I be there to see? The vulture yapped. As well I wot I will be. Very sure the vultures and their kindred must outlive all other things in order to devour the putrid carcass of the world at last. Nay, hissed Aboma in his silken tones, uncoiling sumptuous wreaths of serpent, man will see the vultures out. My ancestors were gods in Enoch. I prophesy the final overthrow of bestial power. Gods, gods, cried frosty Nanook. What are gods? Aboma answered, stock or stone, beast, bird, insect or flame or star, shadow of man or fancied spirit, whom the humans hold responsible, on whom they lightly lay the intolerable burden of their sins. Their sins, went Nanook. Mystery, what are sins? Aboma then, the quaint abortion, man possesses conscience. Hearing, feeling, taste, sight, scent are shared alike by him and us. But what this conscience is, no beast can tell, unless it be some special cowardice in honor held by man's perverted heart. Certain it is that necessary deeds, the lustful propagation of his kind or happy slaughter of his enemies, this mouldering conscience turns to mortal sin. Even in his war on us, sin palsied him until he made his affable deity appoint him regent to subdue the earth with perfect power over all fish, flesh, fowl, and over all the earth, and everything that moves upon the earth. No mortal beast can fathom the fatuity of man. We can, the dusty hackney neighed. We know what conscience is. It is the lash, and the corroding memory of the lash. How out of horses to contrive machines that shall excel machinery as an art, excels the rule of thumb. Man's problem rose. You put the cart before yourself, my friend. Wheels were an afterthought, Aboma hissed. It may be so, but let me speak my mind. Give me my head for once, the hackney neighed. How might enduring memory be evoked in free forgetful stallions, thunder-hoofed on prairie, pampas, heath, and Tartar steppe, exempt as winds that round the vagrant world pursue their idle fancies, or in dreams enamored roam the starry wilderness? How might an ignominious sense of shame invade the treasure-laden loins surcharged with proud posterity, those valiant hearts, triumphant in the combat of the mares, when the great miracle of grass begins, and simple emerald blades elaborate the soul of earth, the virtue of the sun, replenishing the sexes? How might they, those hearts of stallions, eager for a heaven of fragrant manes, wild glances, quivering flanks, wherein to root their admirable race, how might they lose their courage? How admit the treacherous fear that undermines the will? Mnemonics and a discipline adept in conscious rearing man, the traitor wrought with grisly human craft upon himself, the thing that never ceases to corrode, that makes a memory. Anguish is the soil, the root, the stem of conscience, and the flower, the laty scourged upon the shoulder blades, the slit snout, eyeless sockets, lettered cheeks, cropped ears, maimed members, mouthless, tongueless maws, in baths of agony and seas of blood, impalements, flailings, faggots, cauldrons, wheels, man thrust and braided, seethed and carved in man a memory and a conscience. So in us, a scalpel to the pride of life, the chief utilitarian sin that man commits, a rim of iron for the narrow way, nailed to the dull blunt foot that might have trod the yielding turf in fenceless deserts free for all time, with spreading talons armed, had matter dreamed us in her warrior mood, a curb of iron in the helpless mouth, a captive's meager fare, and all day long between the shafts, before the wheels, beneath the conscientious, the memorial lash, the torture of the intermittent rack, with super subtle cunning self-applied, out of the stallion, thus they carve the nag, and crown him with a conscience. Terrible solicitude in labyrinthine streets, and stifling throngs of noxious men usurp the shrouded glance that matched the morning once. A menace and a somber mystery haunt the sunlight and the shadow. Everywhere impalpable, remorseless duty kills. With that, the watchful lion, grave and still in level tones, began. He overcomes. Within his brittle frame and tender flesh resides a shameful power that bids him veil his nature from himself. wherefore he swathes his genial gifts, and muffles trunk and limbs in lying garments, while his thoughts and deeds, and all the thoughts and deeds of man and beast are purely evil, matter knows, endued with moral liveries, masks, disguises, names, parade his world of old hypocrisy, as like themselves as men are like baboons. This shameful power to us unthinkable, that sees things other than they are, inflicts a sanction, as our wise Aboma told, on sheer necessities, the evil use whereof delights us to the marrow. Soul, the virtuous title for this poison gland, armament, pestilence, I know not what, that conquers and with loathsome sanction taints the noble evil of the universe, assembles speed and strength, your mass and weight, my lord, Aboma's coiling subtly. The skunk's mephitic odor, Ninook's grip and hardihood, the sorry hackney's sense of duty, troglodyte's presumptuous ease, the mastiff's courage bland with swifter flight and keener scent than yours, brother and king of vultures into one essential force, whose dire enchantment felt in every nerve is all we know of that strange sorcery. Because, the undaunted flea exclaimed, the soul partakes agility phenomenal, outstripping me. Well said, illustrious peer, the lion laughed. Did I forget you, friend? Not least ingenious, give the elephant your saltatory power. Behold the soul, as near as bestial fancy may conceive. But now the lion rose and lifted up a stormy, mournful voice. Man overcomes. No hope, no help for us, and no escape, for soul invades the furthest nook of earth. And out of earth, not soul itself discerns an airy path to some uncursed abode. How long the race of lions shall endure, Aboma cannot tell, but this we know, the desert, darkness, and the quaking things that leave their dens aghast, when the stunned veldt and shattered air transmit through circling leagues the heavy summons leonine that bids reluctant flesh to supper, once again shall hear that bodeful utterance as the last uncaptured lion falls, then nevermore. Behind the bars, the remnant, oh, how long behind unyielding bars penned in and starved on morsels savorless, a gazing stock of majesty made impotent, of old incarnate dread diurnally abused by human eyes like pygmies, arrows stuck in every pore, or scourged and branded, tamed and disciplined, tame lions, caged and lashed, attempting human tricks. How long, sad earth, and afterwards no lions anywhere, but this strangles thought and speech, the soul that cannot but prevail, no scruple knows of self-impugned magnanimity, but, like a savage conqueror, destroys all record of the foe. The subtle means of our oblivion began before the soul grew conscious of profound design, if any consciousness of soul belongs, when in the zodiac his art impaled a constellation of perfervid stars, naming it Leo, and with the forgery of monstrous sphinx, a lion's limbs and trunk, with eagle's pinions, and the vacant face and insolent bosom of his womankind, these treacherous images, significant with centuries of thought, adorned with dreams and studied fancy of the nations, steeped in infinite emotion as in a sea that crusts with jewels sunken derelicts, shall be devoutly cherished as the soul's beloved offspring, when the splendid name of lion, standing once for actual might of matter's own great origin, has ceased to signify. That breaks my heart, my liege, Aboma hissed. Suave courtier, lowly coiled, the soul of man, incontinent in art, protean as amoeba, capable of self-division as the annelids, hives off in form and legend manifold, alike in every guise, yet always new. Most true it is that tritons, flaming drakes, mermaidens, satyrs, harpies, hippogriffs, chimera, cheiron, Sirius, Minotaur, shall in imagination overlive the beasts they libel, but the punishment of that incontinence of soul pursues with like defeat the victor-victim man. His Caesar, Christ, Mohammed, Tamerlane are featureless to him, because the soul, embarrassed by their memory, fearing yet, or impotent to cast them out, invests their proper figure and significance with increments of fond humanity for all the world as china muscles, tricked by pious fraud, with automatic slime, their incommodious images veneer. Moreover, sire, his best beloved are these, Hamlet the Dane, and the ingenious knight, Don Quixote de la Mancha, shapes unreal as sphinx, or centaur, voig, or laidly worm, and thus is soul betrayed, condemned and lost, yet nothing knows of all its wantonness, abortive fantasy, and life and death. Aye, said the lion, grave and still once more, it breaks my heart to think my race must pine in infamy, and wither out at last, to irretrievable oblivion doomed. Darkness, and then a road wherein I walked, an old known road in England near the sea. Between its beveled slopes a silence went, like a full river, gliding unperturbed and moored upon the silence or adrift. The woodland noises floated, carnival rehearsings of that savage epicure, the throstle, who delights to tune his throat with tortured snails from battered houses torn, dramatic interludes of gluttonous starlings who gobble shell and all, with drums and cymbals of some stubborn hammering, the thatch, or follow chat, busy among the wood mites and weevil's beak and claw. But soon sad human tones and leaden steps, discordant wheels and thudding hoofs broke up the tuneful silence. One strong voice I heard that uttered eager sayings by the way, my voice it seemed, and yet my lips were still, myself I seemed, and yet both young and old, and thus the voice transmuted into speech, the music of the murderous singing birds, with ordure nourished, penetrating roots of cleanly flowers and scrupulous select essential virtue, to enthrall mankind with passionate hue and scent, by alchemy innate sublimed, as love sublimes a blush, in faces virginal distilled as love distills a wandering sigh from innocence. But I would daub a rose with noisome filth, in celebration of its birth and state, for a badge in beauty's stomacher, impale a skull and crossbones, to portend that love and death are one. I would, and plunge up to the shoulder, fingers, hands, and arms, in the world's entrails, a psychometer who knows what spirit is. Let songsters kill, and banquet sumptuously as nature bids.
The pangs of mollusks, if they suffer pangs, are well endured, that pliant throats may gem the air at random. Rubies, emeralds, in squandered largesse pour, and richly pave the woodland paths with chrysolite and pearl. Since knowledge kills or cures, untie the scarf from love's weak sight, and bid him then be strong, beholding grossly origins uncouth, the havoc of his triumph, and the vat of blood he steeps the world in. Ancient news, the world's aware. Is it so short a while since Cain killed Abel, since Bathsheba's son deciphered in 1,000 ladies' eyes the rubric of the preacher? Or so long since Gallia slashed, like fabled behemoth, her bluest veins in fierce self-surgery? The hardy world derides its growing pains, even as the hardy soul desert the cities where nonchalant steeplejacks miraculously keep the clocks behind a century or so. Desert the roads, the highways laid with broken hearts of men, and country lanes with tear-slaked ashes strewn, the latticed hedges, chosen cage of birds, and rustic lyre Aeolian graven rusts, the liveried lightning's conduit manifold, luxuriant banks by traffic well manured, where yellow dandelions all ablaze, and cuckoo buds of saffron light enrich a violet-studded ground with ivy scrolled. Dull labor trudges here, ill-favored wives, whose bodies know no respite, breast or womb abused with offspring while their season lasts. On errands shamble, foolish couples creep from shadow into shadow when the moon dapples the hedgerow path, or in the ditch on starless nights uneasily forestall a licensed, more convenient bridal bed, and blame the eglantines' alluring scent as potent as a philtre in the blood.
Here woeful children odds and ends of life grotesquely play, and here my Lady Bung rolls in her landau, she who joined her strain, matured of old on plundered abbey lands, with modern stock fattened to peerage point, by drunkards witting not their final cause. Here huntsmen, gypsies, funerals, picnics, bands, between the hedges taint the virgin air, with human effluence, hateful to a mind, in travail and alone, out of it all. At once my dream achieved a lonely hill, wherefrom I saw the ocean welter wide, like silver founded in a hollow mold, whose confines were the jangling seaboard strung with cords of pebble, and the magical horizon's glittering brink. A vapor twirled upon the potter's wheel, the earth that shapes for pity or applause the very clouds, rose like a fragile urn enveloping the spacious air. Above its rounded mouth, the firmament, a disk of amethyst, received and echoed back in golden showers the lark's continual fugue. This vaporous urn, wherein I stand, coping its hill-crowned base, diverse of silver sea and emerald land, like glass annealed in water, suddenly upon some flaw of wind or scratch of light, crumbled together and became a cloud that wrapped me round. Aloft a tempest bore the cloud and me, then whirled the cloud away, and left me standing on the verge of heaven. The native air thereof flattered my cheek with velvet wings more sweet and delicate than new-blown zephyrs when the barley bends its aigrettes to the ocean-tempered breath of mundane summers, or touched me and grew still, like scented eyelids of an obelisk profoundly learned in love, subdued and dumb with passion. In the honeyed orient night I watched the figures of the blessed dead, who wandered in the forests, or reposed beside the brooks in glens of amaranth that shamed the rainbow and in fragrance bore the bell from valley lilies and the rose. There were the great, who triumphed easily, in thought and glance, in word and deed supreme. Also the agonists, who kept their arms, hatred and envy burnished bright with use, who in their bosoms drove intolerance home and let it rust, making a cankered wound to wring their hearts with rage and wind them up, as Eastern lovers, lest their valiant love should slumber but a moment, in their flesh ingraft a poniard for a talisman, and so transcending wake and bleed to death. There were the warriors, they who knew that war can deify disgrace, project and charge ignoble causes into golden grounds, who sought their foes instinctively, as bees with fervid song in search of honey roam, whose daily business was the battlefield, their hour of rest, the tedious interval between two victories, who upset the world and deluged earth with blood. And there were those whose craft was silence mainly and magpie speech, whose apparatus of innuendo, nod and supercilious lightning, cabinet chicanery and documented glows, did and undid and never could get undone, but kept them still on top, and those whose prey was honesty and scruple, foolish greed and sore necessity, who paved with souls of friend and foe their desolate path to wealth. Kings, statesmen, emperors, proconsuls, popes, dishonest brokers, robbers, millionaires. There, too, were those who fought the conquerors, and would not yield at all, and those who died, contemned and poor, but straining to the last for power and wealth, or at their proper hands refusing life, because they failed to break the world's hard heart, and for a traveling rug strip off its glossy hide. The fallen, the slain, the captives, madmen, bankrupts, suicides, kings, mistresses in separate arbors sat, sedately happy to be left alone, and harlots of the street in joyful herds haunted the brakes and purlieus wild of heaven. Bevies of mothers beautiful as dawn went up the shadowy aisles, queens of the earth who yielded willing harvest of their wombs. For dynasties time garners proudly yet, with simple wives who loved their spouses well, and bore their chubby brats while nature would. I saw, besides, women renowned of old, devout adorers of their own delight, who treasured health and trained their sensual powers with that innate prerogative of lust, desirous of a world of virile deed, which made their chamber doors the porch of death, their tumbled beds to bloody biers transformed, implacably renewing eager youth by slaughter of successive paramours. All these I saw at home in heaven, all these, and all who challenged fate and staked their lives to win or lose the prize they coveted, who took their stand upon the earth and drew deep virtue from the center, helped themselves, desired the world, and willed what matter would. A while I slaked my thirsty sight with draughts of heavenly vision, till harmonious news assailed my ears with music, deeply stained and sweeter than the scent of asphodel. It seemed inherent in the imperial air, attuned my pitch to heavens, transpierced my soul with rapture at the thought of agony, and made me search the depths for Tartarus, where those stupendous pangs of wind-driven wheels, recoiling stones of water borne in sieves of famished mouths with ghostly delicates, deluded momently, were wont to wring Ixion, Sisyphus, the impious host, and those sweet 50, all save one, who slew their virgin bridegrooms in their wedding beds. Nowhere beholding these antiquer sights, my eyes began to ransack space for hell and Christian torments of the damned. I looked, and looked again to see the city of Dis, where heretics their heresies regret, of scorn eternal pain, regretting not, entombed in sepulchres of fire, unpaved till judgment, to be sealed forever then. Or the deep sighing forest, ominous, where suicides like thorns and briars grow, uncouth and barren wildings, rookery obscene of mongrel birds, or to o'erhear that storm instinct with lamentation shrill, where souls of tender lovers, whirled about in utter darkness on the unstable air, uplift unhallowed voices loud against the withering blast and terror of their flight. Like a swift pang of hell, it stung my mind. There is no hell. All these courageous ones, Ixion, lover of the Queen of Heaven, the Phrygian humorist who cooked strange flesh to test immortal palates, Corinth's lord who mocked at death and laid him by the heels, the nuptial homicides of Argos, strong to keep their maidenheads, for whom they chose, arrogant Farinata, the Capuan, blind, betrayed, but master of his fate, and all who paired unwed, their seed time having come, and here with me in everlasting joy. But that sweet music, in my heart of hearts, as vibrant as the octave bell that hums harmonic mirths to hear his neighbor chime, betokened agony, as certainly as braided strains of mundane sound denote a pitiable ambition-broken gang of drilled executants. An orchestra announced a hell, however peopled, ruled and wrought to such delight. Assured, I scanned the wide domain of heaven, and in the midst beheld a seated figure, richly clad in purple. The golden-haired, with luminous eyes, and deep, he played upon a dazzling range of adamantine notes, chromatic male of chrysoberyl, ruby, sardonyx, topaz and emerald, and many a gem unknown, plated the intermediate keys, a loom of strings or groove of tuneful pipes I nowhere saw, only in heaven's mist, the jeweled keyboard on a jasper plinth, and the celestial one who played thereon. At random glancing, by the music held in ecstasy, I marked, far off and faint as from the earth the galaxy appears, a glimmering color, diaper the light, wherein the ethereal bowers of heaven were hung. thrusting my wetted eyes athwart the abyss. For on the instant I foreboded hell, importune my vision first to find a nebula that girt the firmament. Then, like a tapestry, seemed the thickening haze, an arras cloth with human eyes embossed, with glaring eyes. Thereafter, as a cliff, precipitous it hung, a bastioned steep, encompassing afar the golden clime, and vigilant with a million eyes. At last my gaze dynamic grown, I saw that this remote environment of heaven, tier upon tier of flesh from base to crown, this human amphitheater was hell itself, constructed of its denizens. My knitted brows and roofed hands swept the vast, eternal cirque of heinous agony, still as an icy frontier in the moon, except that groups and terraces of folk, distended myriad mouths of every key, the gracious player struck, like drifts and flaws of wandering air that ripple summer tides. The transient multitudinous gape and cry flickered about the pallid wall. I knew as though myself had been the artificer, the whole design, in every bone and nerve, in every sinew and pulse of those that built perdition up, the faculty of hell, more vehement than flame, intensely wrought, perpetual and intolerable woe, and subtler than the torturer's poison, used to palsy action and invigorate sense, in bloody groupings of the roots of life, mortised each body and soul in ordered rank, inhibiting spontaneous deed or sound, the gracious player on the jeweled keys, by power celestial loosed, with every touch imprisoned horror and massive cry, tuned to the fingered note, while winnowing space mellowed the shriek of women and the roar of men into immortal harmony, the ineluctable beatitude that molded the demeanor of the blessed, and lit their faces with eternal looks, subtle and sweet of malice gratified, the salt of beauty, and the exquisite original of all felicity. Materials of hell? The altruists, agnostics, dreamers, idiots, cripples, dwarfs, all kinds of cowards who eluded fact, dwellers in legend, burrowers in myth, the merciful, the meek and mild, the poor in spirit, Christians who in very deed were Christians, pessimistic celibates, the feeble minds, the souls called beautiful, the slaves, the laborers, the mendicants, survivors of defeat, the little clans that posed and fussed in ignominy left by apathetic powers, the greater part of all the swarthy, all the tawny tribes, degenerates, the desultory folk, in pleasure, art, vocation, commerce, craft, and all deniers of the will to live, and all who shun the strife for wealth and power, for every soul that had been damned on earth was damned in hell, set there replete with pangs, to watch eternally the infinite delight of heaven extorted from himself, and those beside him in the rampire built eternal justice. It was good to see Dives in heaven and Lazarus in hell, maugre 2,000 years of Christendom. A dream of blasphemous inspiration? No, if justice is, then there is justice now. What is will always be if justice is. Do I believe in heaven and hell? I do. We have them here. The world is nothing else. Beauty and power and splendor and delight of chosen ones, elect, ere time began, in loathsomeness, debility, disgrace, humiliation, travail, terror, woe, of multitudes, of myrmidons, of all laborers, soldiers, servants, rooted deep. He is a slave, a prisoner damned in hell, whose daily bread depends on toil approved. For me, I clambered into heaven at once, and stayed there, joined the warfare of the times in corner, trust, and syndicate, upheaved a furrow, hissing through the angry world, a red-hot plowshare in a frozen glebe, and reaped my millions long before my prime. Then, being English, one of the elect, above all folks, within me fate grew strong. The authentic mandate of imperial doom silenced the drowsy lullaby of love, though now my turbid blood and nerves disused complain of mystery unrevealed, and haunt imagination day and night with looks, with beckoning looks, soft arms and fragrant breath. For even in heaven each ransomed soul frequents a private and inevitable hell. Undid my simple immature design, and made me, what, tenfold a criminal? No other name for Hastings, Clive, and me. I broke your slothful dream of folded wings, of work achieved and empire circumscribed, dispelled the treacherous flatteries of peace, and thrust upon you, in your dull despite, the one thing needful, half a continent of habitable land. The English hell forever crowds upon the English heaven. Secure your birthright, set the world at naught, confront your fate, regard the naked deed, enlarge your hell, preserve it in repair. Only a splendid hell keeps heaven fair. The Testament of a Prime Minister. A year ago the secret thing befell that lays me in my grave. No name, device, atonement, faith can help a man to die. Upon myself alone I lean, my deeds, my thoughts, that which I know and am, mistake me not. I go despairing down to dust and deep oblivion. Once, indeed, it seemed to me no stronger brain than mine repelled the problems of the universe, that none so proud against obsession bade. Belief produced its passport, none despised opinion so profoundly, served and groomed a nature so anointed to shake off the venom of remorse. Yet here I lie, a broken man, who stood a year ago the foremost of his time, the heart and brain of Britain and her empire, unassailed by calumny, by every faction mourned, last victim of the old conspiracy. The plot eternal none unravels, pierced by nameless foes, impalpable, unseen, yet omnipresent, yet omnipotent, undone by mystery, smitten by a thought, a poisoned arrow from the infinite. Or is it that my spirit slays itself, a doubter always, and doubt is death, therefore to be desired, since all things end? Death is desirable, but not by doubt. The doom of doubt is to be pressed to death by awful certainty, as now I lie, spectator, sufferer, auditor of pangs unbearable, stretched out in deepest hell under the overpowering universe. When I became the master of the world, it seemed indeed an admirable ruse. For all was ruse and compromise, I thought, whereby the state, in magic leading strings of dialect, moped and roamed about its labyrinthine businesses, or hung unheeding on the brink of anarchy. Miraculous, too, it was, to hear men lie against each other, as the only means and menstruum of truth, to watch, debate, lixiviate matters, till the recrement appeared, the perfect, smooth, exhausted sludge, that blinds the electorate, and chokes it off. This was the legacy of patriotism, and still I deemed it the adjusted helm of government, forgetting, folk forget, that greatness but a moment dominates the wayward chance of systems as of men. Inevitable decadence of powers political and English battlefields established, fostered oft with native blood, matured in parliaments and dying now, debased survivals, starved amid the rank, usurping thicket of the fourth estate, publicity that overthrows cabal, affords opinions, nostrums, men, and things of every standing opportunity, and is the only true tyrannicide. This decadence of Parliament I thought an aftermath, a precious verdigris, a genial mellowing in the weathered bronze of our palladium, for the sorcery that charms the soul of England, party-led, enchanted me, and held in every sphere my spirit spellbound. Practice and belief, antipods, the one in power and place, the other to oppose, condemn, destroy, the government, the sinner and the sin, the opposition, the evangelist, to break its pride, to chasten, scourge, and turn the pageant of its power and draggled show into the narrow way. The universe, this specious universe, I thought, that hangs so balanced, so complete, remains within unturned corrupt, a hidden chaos masked with mere cosmetic, wisest thought and best heroic deed, most beautiful device, consummate law and polity of man, seem so to him, but are inane and void, for out of chaos only chaos comes. The green and sapphire earth embossed with studs of crystal snow at either lonely pole, with orient dawn, with sunset in the west, the sumptuous rubies of its girdle clasp, and wearing gallantly day in and out its azure mantle of ethereal dust, that turns at night a sable domino, with stars embroidered. beauty, tenderness, the love, the passion, the humanity, the soul of man has wasted on the world. A year ago, I say, this thing befell that lays me in my grave. I rose in wrath against the fools and rabble of the house that picked at him, the keystone of our bridge, the linchpin of the wheel of government, the genius of the state, the very soul. I had your new philosophy in mind, defending him, my friend, his power and plan. The very soul of culture now is trade. Think you I love it? I, conservative, afraid of novelty, a child among the doctrinaires, a stranger in the house, though foremost there, only at home in thought? I love it not, and how should that concern the automatic forces of the world? The golden age returns, or rather say, that dream fulfills itself, for waking dreams are tokens of our fate. The debtor of time discharges duly in the current coin. You had your age of stone, your age of bronze, when baffled wonder, ignorance, terror, awe, together knit, made up a soul in man that fenced itself about with arts and rites, or found escape and refuge, hope and joy, in fearless fancy and heroic love. Then came the Iron Age, impassioned, brief, a century, no more, it ends with us. This was the age the revolution tore, inhuman from the laboring womb of time. Inhuman or overhuman, nothing at all is more inherent in humanity than inhumanity. This was the age that showed once more how one man's might may knead the world like dough, and make it in a cake, and who the wise man, like the fool, essays to eat his cake and have it. Iron Age, specific, unmistakable, of guns, of armor plate, of engines, wheels, machines, of iron knowledge, iron thought, the age wherein at last the iron book of fate lay open to the world. This Iron Age was doomsday, like a robber in the night, rifling the sanctuary. Doomsday and a new authentic dispensation. First came law, thereafter love, and now intelligence. For now at last we know, and all is now permitted, not an accident, nor made by any power demonic or divine, but matter, substance, universe becomes self-conscious, by its own innate desire, invincibly impelled, through trials, tests of instinct and brutality. Man crowns the adventurous effort. Matter knows itself, and man the organ of its knowledge, bound forever on this torture wheel, the earth. In agony confesses what he is, not God nor devil, but material stuff that knows and thinks, imagines and despairs, endures and wills. After the Iron Age we reach the Age of Gold, the dream come true, of pagan and of Christian. Soberly I say, this 20th century begins, no other age than the millennium. In every time and clime the cry has been, escape, escape. The future beckons still, replete with immaterial happiness, and stubborn man imagined things diverse from those that have been and will always be, and never can be, other than they are. But now we know escape impossible, and on the toiling of that knowledge comes the golden age, millennium, heaven and hell, that have been always, though men knew it not, for knowledge to the subject of it makes the character of things. Oh, matter means that man shall not escape, and where there is by death, and every leaf resolves again to inorganic dust, and fumes unseen, but the tree dies not, and the sighing woods are powerless not to thrive. I stood one day and watched a grove of beeches, fluted stems, with knots and bosses where the boiling sap had burst the rind, with intertwining boughs, as if they stood impatient for the dance, and waiting on the word to break the spell that helmed them root-bound. For the younger ones, the slender saplings, with their branches draped so gracefully about them, sure the spell had been dissolved already, but they too were waiting, haply, for the older trees to lead the way, or for some idle whim. And as I watched I thought, the charm will soon be wrought again before these wanton plants make up their minds to trip it down the hill, forsake their native grove, and see the world. And the sharpest, remorseless axe may be their only disenchanter, at a time when to be conscious of the rising sap would please them well enough, to be assured only this, that they are not yet dead. So is it with the nations and the tribes, the classes, masses, peoples of the earth. The leaves, the men and women die and rot, but the trees stand, Goth, Scythian, Mongol, Jew, foolish and wise, the strong man and the weak, The sighing woods and the worldwide wilderness, the fixed idea, humankind, remains until the earth becomes an icicle, or falls into the bosom of the sun. Watching the world as once I watched the trees, I think how much more happy, more renowned the destiny of those whose long decay distresses tender hearts, if tribes and clans, man, woman, child, in splendid unison, they had themselves before their spirit broke, destroyed the spell of life that held them fast, the red men of the West, the strength austere, the adamantine nerve that worshipped pain, invented cruelties, and took delight to witness and to die in agony, so various, so protracted, so intense, that to the tortured Indian at the stake, a thing of use and wont, a festival, the crucifixion seemed a pleasant dream, or the off-scouring of the Eastern world, the melancholy Celt, whom Latin, Greek, and Teuton drove through Europe's to the rocks, the utmost isles and precincts of the sea, who fight for fighting's sake, and understand no meaning in defeat, having no cause at heart, no depth of purpose, no profound desire, no inspiration, no belief, a twilight people living in a dream. A withered dream they never had themselves, a faded heirloom that their fathers dreamt. How much more happy these had they destroyed the spell of life at once, and so escaped an unregarded martyrdom, the consciousness of inefficience, and the world's contempt. But matter, firm that man shall not escape, while earth remains inhabitable, knits his vehement spirit of material stuff, of longing infinite that will exist. Therefore it is that, with the starless time of actual knowledge and intelligence, the golden age appears, this darksome dawn of ours, a day and night, a day and day, for whether earth, already to its doom, reel's orbit slipped, or whether decades hence, or next year, or tomorrow, or today, the weight of ice amassed at either pole shall change our axis, till a deluge wipe the citied world away, in glacial drift plow upon the earth and harrow it again, or whether flame consume us comet struck, or the earth's crust fall in, or to the sun, returning whence it sprang, our orb effete, enwombed in pristine fire once more, become the brilliant seed of stars to be, we know that men shall cease, their speech, their deeds, their arts, the wonder of their being, passion, love, ambition, charity, transcendent thought, shall leave no memory, token, sign, or sigh in any speck of dust, or nook of space. We know that here and now is heaven and hell. This is the promised land, the golden age, this the millennium, and the aftertime, the fixed eternal moment, sounding on. So for our purpose let the passing mood suffice. We enter now the golden age, an early dream of matters, neither formed in molten rocks antique, and woven athwart methodic minerals by the wandering veins that traverse ordered masses. Gold implied a golden age, and when its hour awoke, in consciousness by simple means of truth, perceived at last the metal once again, an ancient Ophir shone in newer lands predestined to be ours, enriched the world with rivers, harvests, spaves, and pits of gold. Get gold, and be the golden age. So signals matter from the earth, of the earth, wherever her chosen people pitch their tents. Religion, chivalry, crusade, romance, or war for war's own sake, or art for art, freedom for man, and justice for the world are not, or are contained in this: get gold. One nation must be richer than the rest. Let it be ours. It must, it will be ours, if we continue matter's best beloved. Right there it was my wondering heart o'erthrew my argument, and flooded all my thought, an inundation of humanity, that drowned material truth, the soldier starved, corrupted, tortured into cowardice. All men are brave by nature, and in health, well fed, and at their ease, as men should be, would scorn to do another's bidding. Souls in factories shred, unwilling sex profaned, all women are by nature chaste as fire. How otherwise could chastity be thought? Soft bosoms strewn with ashes, tender hearts, dried, tanned, and stretched from belted wheel to wheel, and all the noisomeness that's daily cleansed in woman's tears the horror of the world, wherein its wealth and power are rooted fast, blossom and savory fruit, carnation-hued and teeming with delight, for every sense, out of the offal and the excrement distilled, the essence of humanity expressed from putrid masses of mankind. This surged upon me, sobbing wave on wave that throttled speech. I stammered to a close, then left the house. Borne on this tide, I went by the uncouth embankment, where the Thames in surface eddies coiling and uncoiled, entangled by a myriad keels, propellers, paddles, turbines, dredgers, oars. A ravelled skein, a dismal flood winds down its greasy channel, past St. Paul's that looms above the thunder of the multitude, shouldering the skies, along tumultuous streets of warehouse, factory, bank, by dock and wharf, until I reached a loathsome region, foul, malodorous, dark, in every separate pore of noxious atmosphere, a separate stench. Among the barges, plots of pasturage, like old unhealed abrasions opened up, with sheep like maggots starving in the mud. The reaches of the tributary Lee, enamelled filthily in many hues, purple and faded crimson, pallid gold and swarthy soot, in wrinkled creases, gleamed with dusky iridescence, and bewitched my wounded fancy like a hellish charm. Ashamed, I tracked the hideous watercourse, and lit upon a swamp, a festering swamp, an ugly gusset of unholy slime, where stunted hemlock fought with tufts of sedge. It lay a little lower than the Lee, and took a ropey overflow that slunk beneath a ruined bridge, tall chimney stalks on one side belching smoke, the river bank upon another, on the third relays of jangling trains, a piece of Mother Earth, most woebegone, most horrible, for years imprisoned, sick with filth and fetid air, irrecognizable. Upon the bridge some human lumber loafed, a dozen men incompetent or drunken, all unfit for everything except survival. One, an old man, toothless, tremulous, unclean, his face and temples crumpled out of shape by 70 years' essay to thrust and fix his angularity in useful rounds of business, eagerly harangued the group. Conceive it, grasp it, hoard it in your minds, a new possession that looms all. Self-consciousness in matter's seamy side. Man is the seamy side of the universe. Here, for a while, the universe disports itself, a motley cloud, wearing its coat of many colors inside out, the truth, nearer than any saying ever came before, and that fantastic image hides. Yes, cried another, drunk, irrelevant, ragged, consumptive, horrible. My tears that scald my sunken cheeks, salter than brine, with long retention, why I weep at last, why here I cannot tell, this sweated blood that brands like vitriol, sobs that shake the world, this outcry that might rend the veil, and ring through space, to startle slumberous overtones, unheard among the silent, sinful spheres, except when woe awakens them. These avouch a Christian and the winepress of his creed. I, last of all the Christians, trembling yet, upon the verge and crumbling brink of hell, assaulted momently by doubts and fears, despite the proven panoply of faith, and tortured out of all similitude to humankind, can pray this meagre prayer, Lord, I believe, help thou mine unbelief. He knelt unnoticed by the rest, for these were heedless of each other, stripped and flayed of all save personality. For me, another cried, I'm atheist stock, a god would long ago have killed me, I being I, a mystery of iniquity. And I, said one, snuffling with half a palate, lips of shapeless sponge and rotting nose, I say there is a God. I know his handiwork, I bear his marks about me, not a God that shifts and doubles with the moods of men, but he that is, the old remorseless Jew who took his pound of flesh on Calvary, him I believe in. Well, another cried, a squint at me, what do you think of us? Great men, I wager, mate? Strange men, at least. How were you sifted out and cast away? but being grateful. Thus the eager wretch who thought humanity the seamy side of matter. Gratitude, sheer gratitude, destroys the courage, eats the soul out, stuffs the pockets of the wise who feel it not. Be grateful if you must, but never tell, or else the world will use your gratitude to starve you out, and slave or mendicant will be your doom. Astonishing, I said, to find a humorist here. A humorist, snorted the monster that believed in God. No humorists here. We are the men who know. Your belletristic prattle. What a lie. That humor is the salt of literature, the truest truth of life, the book of books. Come, what's the humor here? What's Dante's grim? The humor of the crucifixion, true. The brilliant humor of the fire of hell. And, as you said, the humorousness of us. How can you live? I cried. How dare to live? We are the only folk who are alive, their eldest spokesman said. The seamy side, the naked nerves of matter. Matter loves its aches and pains. It knows itself thereby. We hate to labor, love to brood and dream. Work cures or kills us, but we won't be cured. Matter has need of drunken idlers fit to loaf and think, to understand the world and be its fiercest pangs of consciousness. Let all men, said the atheist, class or mass, tread on the mouths of cowards, scorn success, reject imaginative solace, dreams, delusions of desire, abandon hope, and sick or sound, in prison or exempt, or chained or tortured daily, mock the doom of humankind with a lewd grimace, deride the covert nakedness of fate, so thinly clad, so foolish show a shame. My soul grew pallid, but I spoke. O fools, unhallowed outcasts! Spirits petrified in evil, human lumber self-removed, self-damned. Do something, were it but to fight among yourselves and find out which is first. Forget that men like you afflict the world. Think of the great ones. Such a husky noise broke out about me, spluttering like a vat, o'ercloyed with heat that boils its surfeit off, bestirred upon a sudden. Great ones? We are the great ones. We, above, beneath, about me, or within, nothing is great. Or I only, I am great, greater than thought, spirit and flesh, my casual qualities. But I, the individual, I am more than soul and body, insubmissive me. The ego? Ha, the ego! Who shall name? Who say it? Who define? Why, every man is every instant instantly himself, exactly what he is, no more nor less. I am the only individual I. The truth itself is nothing. To believe the highest truth would be to abdicate the individual. All things disappear before the sovereign, me. From out those cries of personality upon the rack a mellow voice, a voice sustained, arose with one who stood a head above the rest. Upstarting from a silent session, he, alone of those who hung about the bridge, in tune with fate and master of the mood. I knew the greatest man that ever lived, he said, and all gave place, nodding their heads in quick approval, as at something found by happy chance when diligence had failed. I knew the greatest man that ever lived. First let me ask you, have you felt at all the torment of the mind when life depends on pleasing others, raiment, food, abode, extorted by the labor of the ends from grudging capital, or won by toil of fettered brains, abuse of gift, or waste of patience in some idle service, theft, direct deceit, or mendicancy? No? How can I make you truly apprehend the eating cancer in the soul of man, dependent for a livelihood? On sin, the sumptuous worships, empires, orders, arts, are established, nourished, drunken, wanton, mad, the inevitable, never-pardoned sin of procreants who fill the earth with souls that must be slaves. It is the only sin, to thrust a human being on the world. I say it simply, inconceivable, this agony of indigence. No tongue, no sound can utter it. Absorbent pain that from the blood of iron color draws, precludes the rich distilment of the seed, unknits the sinews, parches up the heart, consumes unspent the treasury of thought, the fund of bullion, mint and coin of speech, palsies the silent wing of fantasy. and sucks the marrow from the soul itself. Man is the slave of everything he makes. This gold and silver stamped and milled for ease of business has become his sole concern. Enough is not enough. We cannot breathe without it. Limpid water, healthy air are costly luxuries. The world has fallen so helplessly within the mean control of money. How the symbol still usurps authority in every province, masks the figure, drains the life of actual things. No vampire-like ideas put to use. This thing cannot be said, but he, the man I call the greatest, showed the universe the acme of despair. And Navi, all the brute, bone, blood, and brawn, brows like an ape's, hawk's head, sad eyes deep sunk, mouth leonine, the incarnation of the will to live, an instinct absolute. At 20 years, with pick and shovel, none could touch his skill, none face him hand to hand, none eat and drink with appetite so ravenous, so staunch, such malt-proof brains more glibly lewd in speech than creatures of debauch, all gone to sex, but virginal in fancy and in deed. One evening, in his 20th year, he sat beneath a hawthorn in the bottom glade that fringed the northern suburb where he lived. Upon its tranquil shadow every tree in golden light stood up an emerald dome, a vagrant wind that idled through the world, fingering the lucent foliage wantonly. About the quaint suburban valley trailed the scalloped oak leaves, bronzed and fallen long, that caught its rustling mantle as it passed. Trees with their wrinkled eyes, their many-ridged, compacted boles, their heavy creaking boughs, their myriad leaves, the green tuft thick and sweet, cream of earth uprisen through fathomed depths of soil and sap. Remembrances of these, our natal house and only rafters once, our carpet, board, and bed, a heritage opulent in brain and blood, unguessed by him, my man of men, begat a passionate sense of everlastingness, as old as young, as perdurable as earth itself. He couched him in the wood, and heard and felt. Anon the travelling music of the street, that distance can etherealize, arose among the workmen's houses overhead. Old vogue or new, melodious tune or harsh, high-hammered in the village, softly stole adown the neighbouring valley, deep, remote, antique, eternal as the world-old mood of him that listened dreaming. Every tree upon its shadow stood, athwart the boughs, the wind uncertain sighed, the mellow tune like jeweled mist descended, moted shafts of dusky light escaped the journeying clouds that hid the ample sun and left his beams a deeper hue of topaz, chrysosperm, to melt the earth with harvest. Thick as thoughts a thunder of hoofs went by, fork, brazen axe, by some unwanted shadow on the land, perturbed a skirt, a glancing step, a shriek, a ravished woman, and my man of men, at one with nature in the ancient way, began his tragic course. A decade spent in prison turned him out insane, corrupt, the sheath decayed, the weapon dim in act, the broken bits, the refuse of himself, but with a purpose smouldering in the dust, the ashes, embers, brands that had been once a proper furnace and a glowing fire, with perilous temper in the worn-out blade, with wallflower on the ruins, a branch of stars to light the outcast in the sunless pit, and music beaten in the broken heart. He sought the ravished woman and made her his. For now the world to him was sex alone, and she, the other moiety of the world, none other, she, the woman of his deed, his fate, the only woman he had known. They lived beside the valley, sacrosanct to him by reason of his sudden crime, for crime can hollow precincts, titles, tides, as certainly as Calvary remains the holiest spot on earth. Sometimes he wrought with pick and shovel like a thing wound up. Sometimes in lethargy his days were sunk. Sometimes his passion for the woman welled like founts of living color, founts of fire, that steeped the cloudy west in paradise. 3 years went by, a child with every year. Then fate abruptly gripped him by the throat, and asked him of the deeds done in the flesh. To feed and clothe the woman his fiercest toil required him still to starve himself. 4 mouths beside his own, the hunger of his heart, the fury of his appetite, the blood that would ferment and flour the toil, the pain, the hopeless time to come for him and his, when the 3rd child was 12 months old, and she, the lusty mother, comelier every day, an orchard tree with blossom and with fruit, sweet-scented and mature, this man of men, unwitting how the world shall cease to be, and we and all our purpose, passion, power, dissolve dissolve like snow in fire and leave no stain, instinctively achieved the greatest deed recorded hitherto, and answered fate with utter arrogance. The thing is known. You read the trial? No, it made no noise. That such a thing should happen in the world, and pass from knowledge like a shallow jest. Midnight beat out upon suburban bells, a drowsy madrigal from tower to tower. The potent summer moonbeams thronged the room, and when their youngest child, asleep at last, released the woman virginal again, for every birth restores virginity, and a chaste year had filled the flower of hers, my hero left his couch upon the floor, approached the bed, where with her brood she lay, and kneeling whispered in her ear. She blushed, how deep a crimson mantling in the light, with silvery bloom like clusters of the vine. She turned and kissed him, smiled and dove-like rose, as willing as a bride. Outside, he said, and pointed to the moon. Wandering she went, clad in her night-dress, splendid in the strength of madness. What men do when time and fate, the rack and torture of the world, have driven them mad, reveals their inmost attribute. For madness is the flowering of the heart, the red rose of the soul. So in the strength of madness, splendid as a god when gods haunted the world for love of womankind, he caught her up and bore her to the wood, remembrance of their savage bridal hour, the decades' wasted womb, the later times of hunger, rapture, toil, and fruitful love, and the last year of longing unrelieved. The fire and martyrdom of abstinence became a golden legend when he changed the silent alley for the whispering glade, the native power and beauty of the night. Oh, then the spicy odor of the earth, the green scent of the boughs with dew refreshed, the miracle of fantasy attained, of valiant passion, and the wine of life gathered and crushed and emptied to the lees, beneath a hawthorn on a grassy couch, all dappled with the blossoms of the moon that drifted earthward through the darkling tree. For this unmannered love discounted fate upon the very ground his crime had blessed, the altar of the coming sacrifice, and final triumph of the will to live, her bounteous bosom, hush, her eager arms, her burning, proud, insatiable sex, her murmurs, molten kisses, deep-drawn sighs, then swift the knife across her milk-white throat, and the red fountain gurgling in the grass. Felicity for her, but anguish fierce on him laid sudden hold and wrung him hard. Anon an awful voice broke out in wrath, a voice he knew not, from his entrails torn, the inarticulate cry of consciousness caught in the wide toils of the universe, of instant mystery suddenly aware, yet fronting with a deed of loudest note, the mute material infinitude. Forthwith he menaced heaven, stabbed at the moon, shook from his homeless eyes the flood of tears, girded his loins, and perfected the work. The youngest first, upon the woman's breast, he laid it softly down, on either hand the other two, all dead, crimson and white, a posy for the gods, sweet blood-warts cold at midnight in a London suburb. Deep his lonely sleep and dreamless in the house his hands had ravished. When the morning came, he gave himself to justice unperturbed. As this recital ended, breathlessly in every countenance, debauched, diseased, unmanned, a tender look and terrible, from the unsounded depths of being surged, overflowed the eyes, and played about the mouth, and I, uncovering, bent before these things that had been men, and now were agony. A random harp of tensest torture stretched upon a ruined bridge beside the Lea, stunned by this actual knowledge of the soul, at home here in eternal torment, purged of feeling, judgment, memory, thought. I trod the beaten, towing path, my palsied brain a magic mirror of the things I saw, a well-bred gelding fallen on evil days, tugged at a flashing rope that dipped and dripped, a hamlet sweltered by the riverside, wharfs, barges, mounds of bricks, carts, gravel, dross, the whole riparian coil of things involved in pungencies of steaming tar, manure, stale water, bitter smoke, and plaintive once with unshorn sheep that scrabbled o'er a bridge, bleating to crop the pasture of the marsh. Like savage wood nymphs, with their hair on end, the pollard willows mocked the pleasure boat, or athlete skimming in his shell of splints, but spectral poplars in the distance kept the secrets of the wind up-gathered close, and on the verge where sky and suburb met, with shadow teeming, and with emerald light, the forest beckoned on the voyager. Thither I hastened in my waking dream, oblivious of the way, the firmament in quaint mosaic, sealed of porcelain, azure and grey, milky and olive-hued, umber and flame, close canopied the earth. An exultation of suburban larks against the lowering vault shattered their songs. A ground bee twanged across the checkered plain, and then the forest took me. Evening fell. I marked the lattice-work on swarthy bowls of lustered chestnuts as I walked about, and saw the trees keep up a torch-lit dance in noiseless chains and figures flitting past. The cuckoos beat their golden gongs throughout the echoing forest. Finches, sparrows, wrens, blackbirds, and nightingales in every bough descanted music, fresh as garlands woven in arcady. In hollows where the mist began to hang its ghostly tapestry out, mistrustful creatures stole from tree to tree, the fallow deeper come from their inner haunts to snatch a supper of the crusts and crumbs left by the Londoner. Bird after bird forbore its song as darkness crept abroad, till the last lark dropped breathless from the sky. Only the passionate nightingales poured out their uninterpretable carol, wreaths of jewels, dewdrops, gold, chaplets of stars that stained the ashen dusk with diverse fire. A sudden silver dissonance, a bell, a vesper bell, destroyed my stagnant mood. Then those unhappy things that had been men, and now in dreams of madness, murder, lust, a dread salvation found, usurped my thought. Into my mind nothing so terrible had plunged before, nothing of utter woe, until I met these outcasts by the lea, had ever cleft the three-piled artifice that swathed my life. The eager vesper bell invited willing feet. Led by the sound I reached the forest church, and entreated, glad as some lost soul from deep perdition snatched, to serve once more its pleasant flesh and blood, and every hallowed function of the sense. That rooted barbed antithesis, that lie. Twilight against the chancel casement frowned, and heaped upon the broidered altar cloth a ghostly diaper of colored gloom. High in the organ loft a point of gold persisted in wavering flame, that beamed harmonic hues of dull uncertain dye, and as lamplight bathed the fingered keys, the open diapason moaned and sang, like wind and sea, within an ocean cave. At nightfall, when the new moon overrides the ebbing brands of sunset, peace, I prayed, peace for a little, give my spirit peace. Swift came the shattering thought, to whom this prayer? The surreptitious god, Semitic lore, in Aryan fable foisted cuckoo-wise, the god hebdomadal the church exploits, the god the harlot swears by, common god of hucksters, gossips, liars, hypocrites, evangelists, disangelists, infidels, the god upon whose shoulders conquerors hang the burden of their slaughter, him whose will the god intoxicated Tamerlane obeyed in Anatolia, crushing down a fourfold thousand in a single tomb. Alive, he buried them in one huge pit, and heard with rapture, holy as the joy he deemed high heaven partook, a stifled roar, a murmur, and a multitudinous sigh break from the heaving bosom of the earth. What God? What God? God of the rack, the stake, the big battalions and heavy purse? Why pray at all? What's prayer? The meanest mode, the fond delirium power exhausted grants, a grudged occasion when our utmost endeavor fails and thought is spent. Pray? Think instead what God is. Sanely think, and what the sanguine source of our immortal hope. Think how some common, drudging neighbor wight, not Hercules, nor a Titan, or the war Venerian, nor but any honest Jack could happily beget, for 50 years, 100 wholesome children annually, how every rosy Jill encloisters germs of many thousand brats. Think this and laugh aloud, delighted with the naive, the rich conceit of immortality and vast exuberance of the race that swells and throbs in every man and woman, strings the nerves, ignites the brain, and thunders in the heart. With God, the life eternal, youth and love demand a heaven of beauty and delight. A hell of wrath and fear, and valor claims immortal meed of victory. Overthrow the cross of Christ. Who spoke I cannot tell, Belial or Antichrist, or northern blood in us that drives us still a Viking far and wide? We English need no Hebrew God, whose filthy world in blood and rams and goats uncleansed exacted finally the bland abstertion of a sacrifice divine, since the reverberant fire of fantasy, the furnace and the mold of blood and brain, refashions heaven and earth, the world about in consort with the genius of the clime. The time, the folk, and sense imperial doom, alive at last in thought and deed, awakes a pride of origin and bids us tell what power in this that wins and holds the world. Shall we not now observantly dethrone the valetudinary god of woe, the foreign god that died a shameful death, whose gospel tolls denial and contempt of all that flesh and blood delights in? All the great, the beautiful, the strong, the wise exalt instead the nerve, the brain, the blood, the power of us victorious Englishmen, who glad at heart invade the quartered globe, possessing continents, usurping seas of imagination, salt and sweet, that must be served with treasures and with rites, still hankers after ancient images. May not the enamored genius of the race impregnate once again her jeweled womb with Odin, Freya, Ulda, Baldur, Thor, Ush, Ark, aloft the clanging clavicle, the silver bride, snow-white stallions, elms enchanted, bosoms clad in virgin proof, Brunhilde, and the choosers of the slain. The cloud above the battle opens home from blood-drenched desert, mountain valley veldt. With lightning throng and thunder hoof, we ride across the rainbow to the palaces of Asgard and the grove of golden fir, where high Valhalla stands, heroic haven of all our ancestors. And shall not we English that can melt the world up, forge a brand new god, an actual god at last, no evil god to die upon a tree, a hail triumphant god who knows no sin, sorrow, nor anguish, nor the fear of death? We have that God already, have we not? The rich man's God of comfort and of ease, a God of health and strength, a gracious God whose law is freedom, and who saves his own by no election of the spirit, no, by natural selection and the strife for power. This honest English God proceeds his wonders to perform. But there the laugh, albeit genial, froze about my heart, because the music now began to wail, a tenebrous, voluntary, limning clear before me, as the art of music can that piled the towers of Troy. In storm hatched light, the cross of Christ on Calvary as it stood, a rustic spar athwart a rustic beam, the sawdust powdering till the scabrous bark, and the aroma of the fresh-cut tree shrouding the scent of blood. The peasant god, in every vibrant sinew, every nerve convulsed, endured the ardent tide of pain that whelmed and interfused him momently, surge upon surge with every sobbing breath. I saw his soul look out from pallid eaves in those dim windows of the universe. His faded eyes, that yet benignant shone. I wept, I knelt, I kissed the wounded feet. I knew the death of God, the end of sin. Forthwith a rustle and a roar of drums, a thunder of trumpets, and the lofty shriek of strings, voluptuous and intense as fire, broke from the forest, and church became the thoroughfare of 20 centuries. Barbaric conquerors, armies dyed in blood, disciplinants austere, ecstatic nuns, crusaders, monarchs, templars, tragic popes, heresies, tortures, trances, martyrdom, enslavement, havoc, ruin, and the fugue of hellish warfare, endless as the winds that rave forever round the storm-tossed world. The 20 centuries of Christendom, the gorgeous masque, the revelry and rout, the long-protracted funeral rites of God, the pageant and obsequies of sin, rolled through the aisle before me. Who would hoard? I cried aloud as the wild orgy passed. A purse or two of time, when fate provides so great a celebration as the death of God himself, the utter end of sin? How could mankind in lesser lapse of years than those tremendous centuries conceive the esoteric meaning of the cross, that God gave up the ghost on Calvary and bore away the sin of all the world? How could mankind perceive until today that God and sin existed not at all, that with the death of Christ there also died the two insane ideas, God and sin? The ghostly spear of these illusions bursts asunder only now, when age on age of war, blood drunkenness, the clash of creeds, inhuman kingdoms, popedoms, whoredoms, hell, have drained the dregs of all iniquity, so that at last the passionate heart of man, the proud imagination, and the dream that hovers homeless as the myths decay, exempt from fabulous wonder, rooted deep in substance one and multiform, and breathed in all the mystery of the things that are, create indomitable will to truth, an open mind at home in space and time, a stainless memory splendidly endowed with actual knowledge, a material soul at one with the material universe. The glory of a sane humanity had hardly dawned and lightened when the trump of doom exhaled a long-enduring sigh, a sigh no louder heard and felt throughout the quaking earth, and in the zenith reared the great white throne, and him that sat thereon illumined space insufferably bright. Against his glance the star-strewn firmament, and evanescent as the wreath of mist at sunrise, perished utterly. The dead before the throne awaited judgment. Books were opened, and another book, which is the book of life, and all the dead were judged out of the matters written in the books according to their actions. On the right, when the eternal sentence was pronounced, I saw the great ones of the earth appear magnificently confident of heaven, the kings, the conquerors, the wise, the bold, the rich, the proud, and all the lusty lives that took their power and pleasure in the world. Enter, ye blessed, enter from the throne the high decree. Inherit now the realm prepared for you from the beginning, ye that used the world I made superb in strength, unparagoned in beauty, ye that loved the haughty morning and the radiant night, that stored the brilliant hours with generous strife, with sweet repose, with passion and with joy, glorying and reveling in the gifts I gave, created of the self-same stuff as I, and all my suns and systems, matter strained from the great staple of the universe throughout millenniums of elaborate choice, conscious, self-conscious, free to know, to think, to do, all ye that had my world in charge, and yet yourselves to fill it with delight, with noble wars, with beauty and with wealth, with hope for man, with hope for life, with life and ever and always life. Partake with me to all eternity the joys of heaven. Upon the left, shuddering, I saw it so. The Son of Man and his elect appeared, apostles, martyrs, votarists, virgins, saints, the poor in spirit, the mourners and the meek, and they that hungered after righteousness, the merciful and all pure in heart, peacemakers and the salt of the earth, I saw upon the left in sore amazement stand. Depart from me, ye cursed, from the throne, the dread decree, into eternal fire, deniers, slanderers, fools that turn to scorn the perfect world I made superb in strength, unparagoned in beauty, ye that stain the haughty morning and the radiant night, seasons and tides with liturgies, ye that stain the haughty morning and the radiant night, seasons and tides with liturgies and forms, with cries and intercessions, prayers and tears, ashamed to use the glory I had given, ye rancorous poisoners of life, that found temptation only where I offered joy, my splendid world a charnel house, and me a god of infelicity and woe, a god of everything unfit to live, hating my gifts of intellect, of pride, of strength and freedom, of the selfsame stuff as I and all my suns and galaxies, the purest matter, sifted forth and strained from the great staple of the universe, throughout millenniums of elaborate choice, conscious, self-conscious, free to know, to think, to do, having my world in charge, yet set yourselves to drain it of delight, of love, of beauty, passion, power, supplied the void with lust, revenge, distress, corruption, hate, and made my will to life a will to death. Ye hypocrites, that with a holy lie tarnished the cleanliness immaculate of human generation, soiling life on to the end from his pellucid fount and origin divine, beholding earth a leprous crust of sin, depart from me into eternal fire prepared for them that make my will to live a will to die. All this I saw and heard, and of the sight and utterance unimagined die despairing. In my heart of hearts I knew, as men must know, whose will is set to truth, the death of Christ to be the tragic end of God himself that purged the world of sin. A great expedient indeed, and big with all transvaluation, but to think the desolating thought, to apprehend the meeting of the adamantine reign and power of evolution in awful terms of God and judgment, overwhelmed my soul, and now that death at random tortures me and delves and fathoms like a busy mole tissue and marrow, now that maggots fret my brain and worms entangle fantasy, while casual darkness visits me by day, the shadow of the unknown, and dreams distress me nightly, all my household overhears the outcry of my waking, now indeed corroding consciousness of manhood gnaws and macerates the fiber of my mind with pangs of hell and impotent remorse, so horrible and sick that sense of sin, in all archaic jargon dying hard, were heaven to such unutterable woe. It is my bones that speak, my skeleton, the inmost core of me, the soul of soul, the skeleton's the soul. It must be so. Once, when I held the wardenship in Hythe, I handled souls. A cryptful there of bones unsepulchured is worth a visit. Skull by skull, I searched the infinite abyss of empty sockets, till a valiant brow, engraved and cleft with sword and battle-axe, divulged its secret. Deep I dug my sight, forehead to forehead, eye to eyeless gap, as in a necromantic camera, through time and times, to the tempestuous strand and moonlit battle in the roaring surf between two storms. The beaten Saxons fell, all day pursued by ominous Vortimer, and snared upon the threshold of the sea by hostile wind and tide. Their old allies become implacable antagonists, thrust forth for flight. War-keel on war-keel smote amid the ravelled water. Twisted prows leapt up against the billows, spun aloft and burst in ragged splinters on the beach, their helpless crews together madly hurled in writhing showls. A wasted myriad died, the remnant towed the tide mark, death behind and death in front, extorting stride on stride. The victors pressed them backward into the deep, where dead and dying swashed against the limbs of coupled combatants, and dragged them down, unstable shingle tripped and coiling surge dislodged the surest foot. From the torn sky, the placid bosom of the barren moon, chill mirror of the morning, fitful light on cloven helmets, flung and cleaving brands, on lips that snarled and eyes instinct with fate, yet all unheard, war cry and weapon rang, for high above the din of battle pealed the instant thunder and the brandished waves and shattering trumps and cymbals of the blast, while bloodshot foam and ruby-tinctured scrolls unfurled and withered on the darkling shore. The combat vanished, and a pageant thronged the chamber of the skull, presenting time revoked through eons of the earliest sun, from nebulous stuff condensed, which brimmed of yore that spacious womb the jeweled zodiac clasps. Ah, still the biased heaven, I mean the loins of ancient night, with constellations girt at once in molten rings, as daughter cells are cleft and cleft again, to don the shape of perfect organs from the spinning mass and staple of the universe unscaled, like Saturn's girdles, satellites in germ. Earth and the neighboring worlds are known unknown, adopted pagans, Vulcan, Mercury, the silver Venus, monogram of night and morning's crest, perfervid Mars, that tempts a mundane hail, majestic Jupiter, that belted Saturn, prodigal in moons, predicted Uranus and Neptune, found within a lens deep in the brain of man, upon the utmost verge of solar space, conglobing as they strained the million-miled elastic tether gravitation gives, and shedding asteroids like fiery sweat, no way perplexed by vagrant comets, ghosts perhaps of suns extinct that haunt in vain the wide dynamic ether, hoping still to reign re-sphered. These orbs of ours, so cast adrift in the infinite, eternally assumed the measured pace and lonely path celestial. Earth, delivered of its moon, and chilled without, and tempered to endure barbaric sculpture of the glacier, shaped, imbued, adorned by deluges, among the first of planets felt the intolerable lech and prurience of matter, the mystery, the viscid passion some call protoplasm, and some call God, a mystery known to me for what it is, and whence and why unknown, the universe throughout, then half perceived within the dinted skull, as time revoked the pageant of becoming, from the storm and moonlit battle in the crimsoned surf, to the primeval nebula, corrupt with life, that died and rotted into us, our regal sun and pensuary orbs, and now that like a hive my body hums with pangs and muffled business of decay, a mystery deeply seen, retrieved and gripped in dogged apprehension, or as folk that perish hunger clung, their chapped lips bathe in native blood, and in their proper flesh their muzzles lock. For this is I, the thing I know and am. 'Tis not my mind I speak. To speak one's mind, the itching vanity of cancers, pustules, outcasts, parasites. It is my bones that speak, my skeleton. I speak the substance of the universe. Yet, lost in sleep, my memory wakes and haunts phantasmal regions, ignorance of old, in ecstasy invented, bastioned cliffs, indissoluble, adamant on fire, by violet seas of burning sulphur washed, and pierced by echoing caves of agony, or islands of the evening plumed with fronds, wine-colored tides that in their slumbrous depths mirror the purple twilight's golden shores, where rhythmic billows pulse like stricken lyres, and happy spirits, in a waking dream, enjoy forever disembodied bliss. Yet I know that everywhere is matter, dreams of matter. Heaven and hell, in massed imaginings, arose and flowered from world-old memories, glimmering darkly still, through brain and bone of phosphorus knit, occult in carbon, calcium, metals vaporous, earths that build the body conscious and the soul self-conscious. Could these elements elect, these changeful properties of matter, one in all diversity, that chance or doom delivered up to be mankind, forget their burning passion in the nebula, though love itself came after. Never doubt that visions of Elysium and the abyss of fire denote enduring thoughts antique as time of that supernal ecstasy, when matter incandescent filled and rent the shuddering womb of universal space, material memories once the scourge of men, but now resolved and known for what they are. Yet they torment me? Yes, and terribly, because the conscious matter which I am, beginning to surrender consciousness, recoils from dissolution and divorce, to be dispersed in elemental sport of heedless energy, the uncontrolled imagination of the universe that flashes out in instant nebulae by chance encounter in the spacious dark of ancient suns extinct, and vagrant turns to teeming wonder. Every water drop afflicts the human race with hope, attunes the nightingale, and launches in the deep the monstrous rorqual, to be left once more a scattered wreck of groping elements, without remembrance, judgment, wisdom, choice, perturbs the divers stuff that men are of. Wherefore, when sleep in mimicry of death dissolves self-consciousness, the hideous dreams that wake me shrieking, let them come again, when sleep rehearses death, or death itself takes up the cue. No dreams of mine are they, but matter's dreams of old experience wrought in imperceptive atoms. While I wake, I apprehend and master time and space, for this self-consciousness is masterdom.
The Testament of John Davidson. Read by Sean Kilpatrick.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Dedication to the peers temporal of the United Kingdoms of Great Britain and Ireland. My lords, I address you because, having each of you inherited or accepted a title which you share, Duke or Marquis, Earl or Viscount, with the Creator of the universe, the common title of Lord, you are not to be supposed incapable of greatness, and I invite you to read this book, the prologue to a literature that is to be. a literature which I have already begun in my testaments and tragedies, believing that you, at least, will recognize integrity of thought and integrity of imagination, however unexpected the form and substance of these may be. I have to tell you also that it is still Christendom. In England, the old, effete, economic world of Christendom. For centuries, a dull evolution by degeneration arrived now at the barracks of the Salvation Army, and a no government by agitation Christendom ascendant to the heyday of the papacy, decadent ever since. This decadence of Christendom, mirrored in its own fancy as a virtuousness of democracy, of progress, of improvement of the species, should be best known to you, my lords, in the atrophy of your function in the state and the loss of individual prestige. Many generations have come and gone since you were the great baronage of England, extorting rights, granting or refusing subsidies, making and unmaking kings. Yes, you remain after the monarch, and as in the case of the monarch, by reason of permanence, a most effective estate of the realm, your unacknowledged veto being our main bulwark against the anarchy of the franchise. It must be a source of intolerable chagrin and of intolerable mortification to your lordships to behold the destinies of England and of the Empire at the mercy of the feeblest minds in these islands, at the mercy of the few thousand feather-brained taxpayers, the vibration of whose vote determines the result of every general election. I trust that your chagrin and mortification are indeed intolerable, chagrin and mortification being in all ages a root and fount of greatness in life, in polity, in art, in war. And I trust that your resolution to transmute these emotions into action will appear in the development of some power of initiative centered in your house, and entirely uninfluenced by the veering flaw of popular opinion which has hitherto been of the very essence of that phantasm, the British Constitution. My lords, we want great men to govern the kingdoms and the empire. We want government. We have it not. If we were governed, there would be no Irish question, no labor question, no franchise question. The demands of women, the demands of the Irish, the demands of labor. To me, all that is heinous in the last degree. I demand a House of Peers able to say to women, to the Irish, to labor, we are not here to consider your demands. What we have to do is to enforce our requirements, which are the requirements of the kingdoms and of the empire. With you, our good folk of Ireland, we have the utmost sympathy, an unconquerable race. You had the terrible misfortune to be brought under the government of a people who destroyed your power of armed resistance, but never vanquished you. A terrible misfortune, yet not an irredeemable one, rather a misfortune pregnant with hope. You are unconquered. You are still the Irish nation, and we desire you to be more and more the Irish nation, but our own initiatory power, and without reference to the House of Commons, whose slow machinery and emasculating compromise spoil all its legislature, we intend to grant a degree of autonomy to the various parts of the kingdoms, to the Welsh, to the English, to the Highlands of Scotland, and to the Lowlands, and, in the case of Ireland, to the 4 historical divisions of the country, to Ulster, Leinster, Connaught, and Munster, independently, certainly, each division to be independent of the other in the measure of home rule accorded. That is not what you want? Unfair to Ireland, the prosperous Ulster? The important part of Ulster is not nationalist. You would have your Ulster question, as we have our Irish question, were your nationalist majority to attempt the control of the loyal minority. But you particularly desire the control of Ulster? Frankly, you will be satisfied with nothing short of an independent parliament. You are a witty race governed by a dull one, and we lose patience now. England wishes you to be national, as the Welsh are national, as the Scots are national. But in your relations to the other British kingdoms, to the Empire, and to the world, England requires you to be English, as the Welsh are English, as the Scots are English. The Welsh and the Scots, having accepted England and the meaning of England, remain magnanimous. The Irish, having refused England and the great meaning of England, are less fortunate. To live with England and yet to decline the destiny of England is to be unfortunate indeed. And as regards the supposed racial incompatibility, we assure you we do not think you a witty people at all. The English have the will. You are an amusing people, a comical people, which is a very different thing. We like you, and intend nothing but your best interests. We recommend you heartily to cease thinking of demands on England, and of what England should do for Ireland. Set yourselves, rather, to study and understand what England requires of you, and what you should do for England. Remember, in the meantime, that the Irish question is unfortunately solving itself. Your population has decreased in recent years at a rate that will, if it continues, put a speedy and final stop to the Irish question for lack of Irish questioners. And hark, sirs, a last word. Get rid of your priests. Be done with other world. For you, our working men, we have profound regard, but we are somewhat tired of your labor question. Already one of your demands is being attended to. Your old age pension is assured. But men, we beg you to note that your old age pension is your heaviest handicap in the competition for power and wealth, in the failures and defeats of life which none escape. Even the gallantest among you will be tempted to give in, will sometimes give in, now that dens of starvation or the horror of the poorhouse no longer await poverty at the journey's end. We question very much if it would not be more humane, as it would certainly be greater, to inflict a dire penalty on failure instead of awarding it a pension. But you want to have done with competition. You want everything socialized. We decline to listen to a word of that. The members of this house are proprietors of much of the soil, much of the means of production, much of the capital of these kingdoms. They are not going to sit with folded hands and see their lands and factories voted away. Civil war lies across the path of that attempt. But what are you to do? If there is no scope for your energies at home, do as your fathers did in all ages. Hive off. Acquire lands and factories of your own. We have made room for you, ample room, but you want to be great. You have heard of the Overman and would transcend humanity? Do not be misled by any speciousness of that kind. Let us understand this of the Overman, Ubermensch, a word of Goethe's, of the young Goethe's, having a pre-Darwinian half-meaning, was interpreted in an evolutionary sense by Nietzsche, and received its European vogue from him. When the misapprehension of Ibsen in England gave place to a misapprehension of Nietzsche, Celtic panics, both of these, not English at all. The English care nothing for either Ibsen or Nietzsche. Your absurd neologism, Overman, was accepted by the panic-stricken as an index of evolution in humanity, but not by the English. You must remember that Nietzsche, Fugelman in this business, was a Pole, the Poles being the Celts of Eastern Europe, an inferior race, unable to conquer and unable to be conquered. The idea of a higher type of man than they is natural to them, but such an idea could never occur to an Englishman. The Englishman is the Overman, and the history of England is the history of his evolution. You think we are unjust to Nietzsche, the most powerful mind in recent times? We admit the power, a shattering mind that never spared itself. But an extraordinary individual may spring from any source. Napoleon was a Corsican. The smallness, the much meanness of Napoleon was racial. The blood of the pygmies ran in the veins of the giant. And thus it is that Napoleon appears monstrous rather than great. Nietzsche's notion of beyond man was not of the individual, it came of the inferiority of the stock. But why should the English working man trouble himself about Nietzsche? Have you never heard of Burns? Go to, sharpen your tools, square your shoulders to the work, eat and drink lustily, love your wives and children, and read the Jolly Beggars. And as for you, the women of England who desire political equality with men, what is to be said? Do you know what has happened in the world in the matter of women? It is this woman question that betrays most definitely the decadence, the disintegration of Christendom. Do you know that hitherto woman, either as the legitimate or illegitimate minion of man, has ruled the world? Part and parcel of his goods and chattels, you develop the finest intellectual capacity, ruse, stratagem, chicanery, the simplest and therefore the subtlest artifice in your whole armory, being the expert touch of the helmsman's hand, which while it seemed only to stroke and caress, was all the time steering the world. You are tired of hearing that? You want direct representation? We shall come to the franchise, but we must ask you to consider, very importantly, the stupendous change, long elaborated in silence, the quiet crumbling and decomposition of society, of which your militant campaign is the sudden sound and sign. The history of the past is the history of the regiment of women. Man, having made women and offspring his private property, became, as their provider, the virtual slave of his wife and children, and on that account, and during the many centuries of the intellectual development of woman, man continued to grow in instinct and in all human qualities, that is to say, in intelligence and experience. What do we mean by such sophistry? It is not sophistrical. There is a vast distinction and a difference between intellect and intelligence. It is hitherto the difference between men and women. Intellect is of the nerve and of the brain, but intelligence is more of the blood, passion, instinct, genius. It was the intelligence of man that developed his ideas of justice, of right and wrong, of truth and falsehood, and created a moral order of the universe, to be the nest for his wife and family, that transmuted the base metal of desire into a golden miracle, invented the divine mystery of maternal love, a most masculine invention, and imposed upon himself, under the unperceived tyranny of women, the semi-celibate life of the monogamist. You cannot make us out? Do you mean that women are superior to men intellectually? We do, but even so, there have been instances of men able to hold their own intellectually with women, and indeed, man's rudimentary intellect is only a few marks lower in capacity than that of woman, trained and strengthened, edged and pointed by millenniums of constant exercise in the art of changing in every circumstance her nominal and apparent subordination into an actual and rational dominion. We state it paradoxically, but is there some truth in it? We are glad you admit that. From beginning to end, the automatic subtlety in the matter was so exquisite that man conceived himself the lord of creation, and woman felt that she was only a minor consideration in the universal order, little better than an evil thing necessary for the continuance of the race. But you're going to change all that. It has been very much changed already. We came to an end of that, indeed, when the French Revolution plunged the world and its ideas into the crucible, the beginning of the end, that is, for almost all those ideas which seemed at the time annihilated, reappeared from the furnace, changed but not transformed. The destructive distillation of marriage into some new compound, but only a distillation as of seawater into fresh water. Marriage remained, but it had lost the rich salt and savor of sanctity. No longer necessarily a sacrament surrounded with glories and terrors, it became and becomes more and more a merely economical arrangement, terminable under various disguises, on economical grounds. back from the crucible came also the idea of property, the only philosopher's stone that ever did change anything into gold. Much cracked and buckled by the fire, this talisman still retained its identity and some of its magic virtue, but its most potent witchcraft had departed. Man was no longer to have any property in man, not even in his wife and family. What about votes for women? We shall come to that, but we are determined first of all to let you know what has happened to you. The increasing impotence of these two charms, the amulet of marriage and the talisman of property, began the change which is now rapidly determining the new orientation of man and woman, and if this philosopher's stone of property is pulverized and scattered on the wind, never again to be reintegrated, then will the last phylactery of marriage be burned away to everlasting tinder. When men have no lands and money to bequeath, a son of their own blood will be of no consequence. You see how far the decadence has gone, how deep the corruption of Christendom is, how entire the dissolution of our complex society. You are on the verge of a reversion to a community of goods and men, some condition of things in which the old tribal systems of polyandry and polygyny, never entirely superseded, will coalesce and become universal. What are we going to do about votes for women? Something rigorous. In the meantime, we beg you to notice that by this loosening of the bonds of property, woman is already free to do it as she chooses, and obtain what she can. Having abdicated unwittingly, you had and have no conception of what you are doing. Having abdicated the uncrowned sovereignty of the world, you enter the arena with man and find yourself with your wonderfully evolved intellect at least his equal. With great liberty and rejoicing, you turn into the broad way of intelligence and experience, and with the sweetest arrogance imaginable, you say to the clerk, the merchant, the physician, the lawyer, the politician, I wish to work side by side with you. We shall march together in Elysium, not knowing that the true expression of your action is Otoi di la que te mette, and that particular way to the Elysium no one ever reaches is a descending road through every kind of hell to absolute perdition. You deny that, and all your leaders and social reformers everywhere insist that it is not a case of Otoi di la. You will find it is if the disruption of society continues. So far as it has gone, you bat, bowl, and field your best, while we, with our undeveloped intellects, stand about awkwardly and play the game with a broomstick in the left hand. But if the game were to become serious, if it has ceased to be a game played in examination halls and in pantomime scuffles with the constable, were it to change into the actual battle of life along the whole line, what would happen? Votes for women. This would happen. Man with an intellect in its undeveloped state, only a little lower than the perfected instrument of woman, would set about the evolution of a masculine subtlety, a keenness of ruse, a fathomlessness of chicanery, an undetectable stratagem beyond the imagination of the craftiest maîtresse femme, and long before woman had begun to realize that the battle was lost in the nature of things, she would find herself at the opponent's mercy, disarmed and powerless. When woman ruled the world, man, in most things her slave, worshipped her, sedulously built up his moral order of the universe for the safety of her and her children, reared a heaven for her and her friends, dug the pit of hell for her foes and blasphemers. If, upon her abdication, challenge, and defeat, woman becomes the slave of man and a reorientation of the sexes is perfected, then we shall have indeed a new order of things, and in the place of home we shall see what shelter woman will provide, what substitute for man's heroic spiritualization of passion, what of worth and worship for the divinity of motherhood. All that goes in at one ear and out at the other. Give you votes and you can take care of yourselves? You are under the strongest of all delusions, the idea of representative government, of government by vote. England, the true England, has long suspected representative government to be the sheerest phantasm. We, the peers of England, have always recognized its shadowy, tentative nature, and we propose, wielding our new initiative, to stem the forces of social evolution by degeneration, which England, intending something very different, was the first to set free. Hitherto, the franchise has had a merely economic foundation, and the more temperate among you ask for no more than men have, a property qualification. That we will not give you because we intend to introduce an entirely new principle, to place the franchise upon a moral as well as upon an economic basis. We propose to limit the male vote to married men who are householders, and to extend the franchise to married women who are the mothers of at least 3 children. You may exclaim, but we know what we are about. Class and mass in this generation have eaten greedily of the modern tree of the knowledge of good and evil, and there will be no children teeth to set on edge unless some stringent measure is taken. What? You want to be mothers or not as you choose? Men will never allow that. Do not dream of it. Masculine control of offspring is of the very form and substance of life. Votes for women. We invite you to reconsider the whole matter. Votes for women, votes for women. There is remedy for the terrible lot of some of your sisters in sweated industries, and for such artificial disabilities as may impede your true advancement without your becoming active politicians. You, votes for women, votes for women, votes for women. My lords, in the above interview which I have imagined for you, I have shown you the litter and broken bits of a shattered society, the debris and wreckage of Christendom, clamoring to be put together again, after a pattern of its own. Is there any political secatine, stick-fast, or fish glue equal to it? I think not. When the dilapidators have begun upon a house, it is best to let them go through with it, and build again from a new foundation. For my own part, I have come out of it all, and have found another abode for my mind and imagination, not in any symbol of the universe, which Christendom was, but in the universe itself. How shall I say it? How shall I get this thing said to you, briefly and in prose? I am persuaded that the thing I have to tell is for you of all classes. You are raised above the rank and file, accustomed to greatness, and able at once to grasp a great idea. Briefly then, and without more preamble, my lords, there is no other world. There never was anything that man has meant by other world, neither spirit nor mystical behind the veil, nothing not ourselves that makes for righteousness, no metaphysical abstraction. Time is a juggler's trick of the sun and moon. There is only matter, which is the infinite, which is space, which is eternity, which we are. In the beginning, matter had only one form, that of the oblivious, omnisolvent, imponderable ether. The principal constituents of matter, that is to say, of eternity, of the infinite, are carbon, hydrogen, oxygen, and nitrogen. But these, with the other elements, consist of lightning, the first emergence of the ponderable from the imponderable. Lightning, with its poles or sexes, essence at once, and seed and yeast, secreted in drops, or cells or electrons, the first limitation of matter, and began the fermentation in the eternal ether, which was not to cease until the appearance of the visible universe. No sooner had the drops or cells or electrons sprung from the tension of the dark, oblivious, omnipotent ether in eddying vortices that they sought an equilibrium, and combined themselves into groups, each group consisting of an array of negative and positive electrons neutralizing each other and revolving about a common center like a miniature solar system. And this is the evolution of the atom. In each individual atom, tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands or millions of cubic miles of the primal substance, which in its tenuous, imponderable form fills space, are constringed into the ponderable, garnered up, and packed away. Every atom is thus a repository of the material of eternity, and the fountain of all force, physical, mental, imaginative. These microscopic systems of electrons whirled into vast swarms, forming nebulae, and one of the smallest of many million nebulae resolved itself into our solar system. Within the nebulae, or after, when the planets had been flung off to circle round the sun, from the primal atom, by process of chemical selection, all other atoms were evolved, and these assemblies of electrons, themselves combined in molecules, gave form and stability to the various elements, gaseous, metalloid, or metallic. By an advanced process of chemical selection, carbon, hydrogen, nitrogen, and oxygen were chosen out to be the basis of all life, and life, through geologic periods of natural selection, arrived at men and women, in whom are enshrined the two poles of sexes of the lightning, the earliest nesis of matter towards self-consciousness, matter now capable in us of the highest ecstasy and of all knowledge. Thus I break the world out of the imaginary chrysalis or cocoon of other world in which it has slumbered so long, and man beholds himself, not now as that fabulous monster, half god, half devil, of the Christian era, but as man, the very form and substance of the universe, the material of eternity, eternity itself, become conscious and self-conscious. This is the greatest thing told since the world began. It means an end of the strangling past, an end of our conceptions of humanity and divinity, of our ideas of good and evil, of our religion, our literature, our art, our polity. It means that which all men have desired in all ages. It means a new beginning. It means that the material forces of mind and imagination can now re-establish the world as if nothing had ever been thought or imagined before. It means that there's nothing greater than man anywhere. It means infinite terror, infinite greatness, and that is the meaning of me, and of my testaments and tragedies, and of this testament, which I have placed between a poem of the dawn of life and a poem of its close, which I commend to your lordship's notice, as my most original presentation of the thing I have to tell. I am, my lords, most faithfully yours, John Davidson. Prologue. Honeymoon. I awaken at dawn, and your head on the pillow beside me lies. And I wonder, although we were wed such an infinite fortnight ago, have the planets stood still in the sky since my sweetheart and I were wed? Since first I awoke, and lo, on the pillow beside me her head. Through our window, the wind forspent marauder, in garth and wild his opulent burden of scent unloads, lest he faint by the way, for the flowers, they were subtly beguiled, and their dewdrops in manifold scent perfume now the crimsoning day on the wings of the wind forspent. And I look at your face, till my thought of you pierces your sleep, till your silken lashes unlace, and your blossom-like lids upheave, till your eyes emerge from the deep, as your writhen lashes unlace, and morn and awakening weave the wonder and joy in your face. Then your memory quickens and bids a blush and happy sigh, and the lift of your azure lids a concord of color and sound, and there dawns in your violet eye, when you open your flower-like lids, a thought from the depths profound, as an exquisite memory bids. And this is your 20th year, and your bridegroom is 21, and our thoughts are as fragrant and clear as the lucent splendor of noon. My love is as rich as the sun, and your love is as tender and clear as the lily light of the moon in the sweetest month of the year. At once, when we waken, we rise, for the earth is as fresh as our thought, and the heaven-high dome of the skies, a miracle constantly new, a marvel diurnally wrought, the earth with its seas and its skies, its flowers and its matinal dew, awaits us as soon as we rise. Through the woodland and over the lea that dips to a golden strand, like fugitives seeking the sea, we haste in our morning mood. Together and hand in hand we hurry to reach the sea, through the purple shade of the wood and over the spangled lea. In our boat, on the swell of the tide, we steer for the heart of morn. And I say to you, sweet and my bride, should hope be forever undone, should destiny leave us forlorn, thus shall we journey, my bride, right into the heart of the sun, on the morning or evening tide. Could we harbor with sorrow and care, and friendless in penury lost, remain at the beck of despair, like prisoners of impotent folk? Could we chaffer and reckon the cost, and measure out love till despair subdued us, bereft, to a yoke, in harness with sorrow and care? Oh, not while the morning is crowned, and the evening wise roses and gold, because, like adventurers bound for a kingdom their faith could create, in a future of beauty untold, like hazardous mariners bound from the haven and wharf of fate, on a voyage with happiness crowned, in our boat when the day is done, on the lift of the evening tide, I should steer for the heart of the sun, and sigh with my ebbing breath, be resolute, sweet, and my bride, we shall sink with the setting sun, and shelter our love in death, since our beautiful day is done. But now, while our hearts beat high, with youth and unfolding delight, and the honeymoon in the sky at her zenith usurps the reign of the day as well as the night, with the honeymoon in the sky, we steer for the shore again, while our bosoms with hope beat high. Through the tasseled oats and the wheat, we march to the skylark's song, where the roses, pallid and sweet, in delicate pomp parade. The precincts, the wild bees throng, where the winding byways, sweet with scent of the roses, wade through the flowing tide of the wheat. Oh, hark from the meadows, oh, hear the burden the mower sings, the past, how it hovers near, this utmost isle of the sea, where the stone on the sickle rings, the shadowy past draws near, and the spirit of eld set free revives in the song we hear.
The Testament of John Davidson. When suddenly the world was closed to me and every road against my passage barred, I found a door that opened into space. I built a lodge celestial for myself, an outcast palace in the Milky Way. I banqueted my body and my soul on light and sound, the substance of the stars, ethereal tissue of eternity, and took my ease in heaven, the first of men to be and comprehend the universe. To know how all things are the infinite, imponderable ether that possessed illimitable space with tension, pure, spontaneous energy, the pristine state of matter and its last consummate doom. Before the galaxies with silver seemed, the swart oblivion of the universe, or pearly nebula began to glow upon the sable bosom of the night, or any living nerve electric leapt to elementary ecstasy and most atoning recompense to feel myself ethereal fabric exquisitely spun, entranced and wreathed of light and sound, the warp and woof of matter, flesh and blood a lyre of tuneful colors, every nerve a strain of spheral music. Body, mind, and soul, material intensity evolved from unseen atom, each a reservoir and ponderable treasury of power, infinitude condensed and garnered up in ions, to be sifted, blent, sublimed, transmuted into life of every grade. Lightning the sexes of eternity, become a group of chosen elements in flower and beast, and capable in man of knowledge, understanding, rapture, truth. Therefore it shook me when my senses lost the full material power of crystal vision, and audience infinite that could outstare a million suns, and happily engulf as in sea of cloud harmonic curves reverberant through the ether, fathom depths profound, and subtle darknesses unplumbed by asterism, remote and shimmering waif. Comet or meteorite or shooting star resolve the discords of imagined spheres, inharmonized divergent galaxy, in pubescent planes arrest and deftly cleave a radiance everywhere from cadent fire inwove of blanched intolerant stars that burn pellucid flame, unbraiding prismal hues to stud and gem enameled firmaments and stain the welkin and the steep of space with shadowy tinctures, grip the tumult high that echoes through the vast unvaulted course interminable, where the nebulae, evolving constellations, their spindless whirl, and break it into rhythmic chords as light asunder bursts in blazoned intervals against refractive adamant, or drops in jeweled tears before the cloudless sun, so being unwearied of the universe, as of myself and my supernal place, but faint with glory by my sound conceived, and by my soul begotten in the rapt cohabitation with eternity, I left my palace in the Milky Way, my outlook in the skies, and sought the earth, for men must still descend to earth to die. None should outlive his power, I said, who kills himself, subdues the conqueror of kings. Exempt from death is he who takes his life. My time has come. The native energy whereby I exercised fantastical immutability and in my own resemblance reproduced the plastic world, beginning to relent, abates the thrust and tension of my thought, discharges love, unwinds the poignant charm of living, frees imagination, known eternity, confined in lightning, light or radiant soul that breaks atomic chrysalides unseen, unthinkable, but certain and innate, to melt into the ether and to be transmuted to infinity again. We are the plunging fire, the molten sea that gladdened, swelled, and rent the generous wombs we harbored in, most wilful, fateful births, predestined by ourselves before the world or time began, and wholly answerable, for had we not beyond all yea or nay escaped alive among the myriad germs devoutly squandered from abundant rains to dower a woman's body with delight, we had not been, by my own will alone, the ethereal substance which I am attained, and now by my own sovereign will forgoes self-consciousness, and thus are men supreme. No other living thing can choose to die. This franchise and this high prerogative I show the world. Men are the universe, aware at last, and must not live in fear. Slaves of the seasons, padded, bolstered up, clystered and drenched and dieted and drugged, or hateful victims of senility, toothless and like an infant checked and schooled, or in the dungeon of a sick room drained by some tabuscent horror in their prime. But when the tide of life begins to turn before the treason of the ebbing wave divulges refuse in the barren shore upon the very period of the flood, stand out to sea and bend our weathered sails against the sunset, valiantly resolved to win the haven of eternal night. 10 lustres of authentic life compact, and many a visit to the heaven of heavens had thus determined me. So forth I sped upon the mountain top to die alone. At sunset, on the mountain of my choice, I stood above the catafalque of day, and watched the quilted vapor harness heaven in chrysolite and ruby of countless hues, unnamed, unknown, unthought of, only guessed upon the moment of vicissitude and pulsing cadence, which the lofty winds unseen battalions swung their shining gelves against me and across the hills behind, with bridal bells appeal and vibrant tread, went down into the gloaming and the night. Suddenly fear against me stumbling struck with heavy foot my heart that missed a pulse, then beat upon my ribs as if to break the prison of humanity. My blood like snow-drenched water labored in my veins, my nerves as pithless as peeled rushes, now and now as taut as harp strings, flagged inert or hummed with agony, My sight went out. I strained on tiptoe to escape myself, like one hung up that barely touches ground, my arms flung forth, my stiffened fingers spread, repulsing death. I fell and clutched the earth. Without a weapon or a potent drug, my very will to die had seemed enough to end the consciousness of matter shrined in me a while, and so indeed it was. But in the travail of it, fierce revolt broke out with this intolerable thought thrust through me by the sunset and the wind, deadlier than dying pangs or fabled throes in hell, or anguish actual in dungeons broached by vengeance, lust of souls or lust of gain. That being dead we neither see nor hear, and beauty ceases to renew our blood with form and color, light and harmony. Out of my swoon I wrestled, further roused to live again by high remembrances. Being the first to understand himself, I felt my life the universal will, my death more terrible than death. In me, more terrible than in all the world beside, for when I die, the universe shall cease to know itself, athwart the tenebrous oblivion of the starless infinite. The lightning eddied into nebulae, systems and suns, the earth and life and sex, that I might see the beauty, hear the music, the loveliness which is the infinite, that I might be and know and feel myself eternity incarnate in the powers material that eat and drink and love, beget, imagine, labor, think, invent, the multitudinous atonement knit in brain and blood, in marrow, seed, and soul of all the substance of the universe. Wherefore I drove my vision through the world. As in the turf my fingers dug, I drew the wind's sonorous tune into my ears, as whirlpools suck the sea down, drank the air in pregnant sighs and lusty bosomfuls, and felt the mountain underneath me throb. Uplifted by this freshened will, I stood erect again upon the mountain top, and looked about me, beholding earth, as though I never seen it. In the west, a range irregular of summits, clear as polished ebony, with giant notch dinted the crimson shadow of the sun that faded into purple. Utmost heights, immortal in romance, with forests fledged and battlefields beneath, keen-crested, hung in air, then loomed uncharactered as dusk to darkness turned, and sank into the ground when in the wakeful bosom of the night the slumbering landlady hushed. The monthly star whose silvery sorcery fills the tidal wave, ascendant with the sun, in hidden courts her interlunar festival observed, and through the swarthy battlements no glance sidereal from any loophole fell. I breathed the darkness, fragrant as a wine delivered from the lees. It laced my blood with night's material elixir, old and mightier than magic. Subtly slaked the phoenix ashes of my thoughts, affined their diverse elements, and interknit the myriad fibrilled intellects that store the engine and the battery of the brain with power, and power's eternity installed in ganglioned tissue. Long I stood entranced until a rumor in my quickened ears, a resonance and noise of breathing, woke of heavy pinions, and a gripping step, unearthly, faint afar, and sheathed within the louder wind, but heard with wonder, heard and terror. On the instant I divined divinity. My hands, my soul is red with blood of gods in battle slain, and now, I thought, some deity in adamant accortrid wheels against me, dragon drawn from glowing Muspelheim, or charioted by Cyclopean craftsmanship, and armed with thunders of celestial vengeance forged. In my great day and vigor of my prime, no god could stand against me. But the mood that drew me from my palace in the skies to die alone, unmanned me, was, in truth, the lowering of the flame of life that means surcease of strength, so that I trembled, I who hitherto had sought divinity as champions seek co-rivals, faintly hoped, abjectly hoped, insidious, nigh would screen my presence. Notwithstanding, when the sounds heraldic of divine approach increased in menace, though my tremor flashed again my old disdain of spirit and other world. The cowardice of immaterial things, I muttered, when our days are nearly done, imagination withered, passion stale as splith of blood in shambles, thought a net entangling action, and our sense corrupt with soul, the pious title of decay. Then come the treacherous powers to daunt us, gods that in the flood and torrent of our lives we left bewildered in their ruined fanes, or tossed ashore in isles forlorn, or fought and overthrew, if any durst on sea or land abide, or on set face us then with smooth effrontery, empanoplied in all their specious terrors, sure that scorn can hurt us in our impotence, a supercilious look with anguish pierce our naked hearts, and lofty silence wring our flayed and bleeding vanity. By this the noise uncouth of supernatural flight, archaic jangle of celestial gear, rapacious step and breathing arrogant, outstripped the wind's sonorous pilgrimage, till with the very neighborhood of dread the sheer immediacy of some divine appellant's onslaught, power enough to brim a year's adventurous life from energies material within me, disengaged in ruddier stains, died deep my laboring heart, restrung my bones, and reattuned my nerves to quarrel and to cope with the unseen in visionary essences beheld. Forth, as a wrestler steps, I strode, my hands advanced, palm uppermost, and raked the night with glances keen from bended brows discharged, hearkening, undoubted now, the braided sounds, phantasmal, violently throb and ring in swift crescendo, as the visitant unknown wheeled up the mountain. Savage eyes, like burning emeralds, glared through vapors streaked with yellow flame from ruddy nostrils flung, and on the instant, while I held my breath still as the statue of a combatant about to grapple his antagonist, dragon and charioteer swept past me, clearly seen by dulcet light, a molten crescent through, crowning the brow superb of her trod the chariot floor with sandaled feet. Umber and gold locks in loose adornment clustered, crescent held, or streamed behind unchapleted. One hand, with easy manage, curbed the dragon's flight. The other grasped a glittering spear, her arms uncovered, fair and firm as woman's flesh in rounded beauty shone. Her loose samar, a fabric of the freshest mountain green, rustled above her bosom, and the wind wedged in between her thighs and furled it close about her comely leg. She flung a look upon me as she passed, her lips apart, her pearly nostrils quivering with her speed, and on her ardent countenance divine virginity mantling to see me there, while yet her vivid eyes in secret smiled. She thinks herself unseen, I guessed at once. Belling my hands after her down the wind, I shouted, "Holla hectate!" I saw her swerve and pant like one thrust through that scarce for pain can breathe. "Allah!" again I cried, "Diana, Artemis, Selene, ghost or goddess, deity, beheld, halt, halt!" She dropped the bridle rein, she dropped her spear. She wheeled about and gripped in either hand the chariot's sides, devouring me with eyes that cracked their sockets, eyebrows arched beneath, alarm engraved upon her forehead, wide her mouth, to drink in wonder at a draught, and every fiber of her godhead tense with uttermost amazement. Thus she stood a breathing space until her eddying hair blinded her vision. Swiftly then she turned and snatched the bridle, whispering the urgent word that rendered up the dragon to his speed. I, following hard behind, shouldered the wind that, like an unseen sighing multitude, oppressed and swarmed upon me. Tuft and stone, with every step the dragon's talons showered his furnace breath in rhythmic blast respired a ruddy gloom that lit his brindled mane. His leathern pinions, wide as Latin sails, on curving yards of Berber pirates bent, with steady motion winged the chariot on, fluent upon its whirring wheels that droned like mammoth bees, and from the mountains skimmed a rotary purchase merely. Far outpaced, I labored after, hoping still an audience of the goddess of the night. For straight across the dragon's course a stream, entangled in the mountains, deeply clave a tortuous glen with precipices ribbed with rocky cauldrons, pools and waterfalls, intestined, fleeced with shaggy woods, and dark with necromantic memories, haunt and hold in faithful ages of unchristened things. Now if the goddess deems that there her flight may find an end in arbored secrecy, I, knowing every cavern, nook, and vault, can take her unawares, or if intense emotion of divinity be held after millenniums of enfranchisement wherewith invisibility endowed celestial being, if perturbed she leaves the way to chance, the briar and the thorn will soon ensnare her wheels. But when I changed on these presumptions to the measured stride, suddenly chariot and charioteer, cresting a knoll that broke the deep descent with upward impulse, climbed against the wind, and voyaging aloft from mountain cross to mountain, lightly borne on mighty vans, revibrant indiscernibly, that wreathed the outstretched dragon in elastic coils of humming speed, I watched as one who sees a miracle within a miracle. At length the crescent, like a wandering moon in mundane paths astray, twinkled at rest against a wooded swartness opposite my stance of wonder. Thither, thinking naught of hazard, toil, impediment, or woe allotted all who fling themselves on chance, I sped across the devious ravine, and, fording thrice the sluggish brook that seemed with whispered threat to haunt my way unlit and perilous, down heedlessly and up by crumbling verges, where the earth exhaled a spicy redolence of nature's vat, by scars of torrent stone, by ivied cliffs, thickets, and mossy brinks and brakes of fern, I reached the virgin deity's retreat, a vaulted hollow in the mountainside. Within it grew the hawthorn and the ash, by briar roses linked, whose blossoms gleamed like shards of pearly luster, mirroring the dulcet light that shone there. Foxgloves piled their leaning campaniles about the groined embayment in the mountain. Somewhere near the lowly eglantine enriched the night with incense. Overhung by dewy boughs the crystal chariot stood, its shafts of gold inclined, its jeweled wheels at rest among the bracken. On a crag the goddess sat, her molten crescent welling silver fire, while at her feet the unharnessed dragon crouched. "Goddess," I cried, ascending, "goddess, hail!" But at my shout her guardian leapt upright. The russet plates in crimson, purple, bronze, emerald, and topaz hues that overlaid his sinuous body like a latticed bark glowed in the fury of his onslaught, eyes illumined with the sombrest blaze of wrath, his mane erect, his sheathless talons curved, his folded wings clanking against his thews. He hurled himself upon me, snorting flame. My very heart grew pale, my marrow froze. I rolled my helpless eyes this way and that, expecting death. But in the chariot, lo, the spear celestial, shrill the dragon neighed, about to overwhelm me, but I stopped, and under thwart his overhanging bulk escaped and seized the weapon, crying out in triumph inarticulate. "Put down my spear," the goddess said, divinity affronted, deepening her voluptuous tones to such a menace I had almost cast my life away with that, her proper arm. But while her absolute command still rang in my enchanted ear, the dragon, balked and desperate now, fresh defiance breathed, surging against me with his scalloped vans outspread in thunderous whirlwind-like. He whipped me up, enshrouding me, and over my head, gnashing his teeth, tossed high his wrinkled snout in act to grind my skull betwixt his jaws. No room had I, so closely held, to strike, but upward through his furrowed brisket, rough with stumps of wiry hair, I dug and wrought, begetting death devoutly as a groom begets a son, until his wings relaxed, affording ample liberty to drive the weapon home, and through and out among his upper ribs, an ell beyond the chine. He straddled blindly, shrieking like a horse whose stable burns, flounced hither, thither, tore his dripping breast, and broke the shaft across, wheeled round, and, whining hideously, fell dead. The gorgeous colors of his plaited hide burned out and left his carcass dull and gray as some forgotten lichen-covered log. His dragon's blood with bitter fragrance laced the mountain air, and like a smoldering fire crept scorching turf and fern. The battle won, I leaned against the chariot and addressed the goddess, faint but resolute to dare another hazard. Wanderer of the night, I am the foe of all the gods. I slew Apollo, Thor, Adonis. Behold your dragon dead. Wherewith shall you and I contend? I spoke thus, high and hard, aware that deities are daunted even as men by arrogance unlooked for and abrupt. And surely, for a space, the goddess still enthroned upon the moss-grown crag, like one whose purpose and whose speech are both forestalled, lowered at me with a baffled look of hate. Anon, turning her gaze upon her dead attendant fixedly, she left her seat beside the body, knelt and stroked awhile the heavy mane, inert and withered now. She sighed, she looked to heaven, she looked to earth, she searched the horny, leaden, reptile eyes, she listened close for any sounds of life, with such sad gesture, such abandonment of deity forlorn, and so divine a tenderness that I forbore to look. At last she cast my way a wounded frown, and whispered in a hueless voice of woe, "Why did you kill him?" I answered, drawing near, "I should have known you now a goddess." "Wherefore now?" she asked, and stood confronting me. I said, "Because idea of calamity to them or theirs the gods conceive not." Loftily she asked, "What can you know of gods?" "All men," I answered, "know the God who made the world, then killed his son in ecstasy of grief, a wanton slaughter that destroyed himself, when he beheld the pleasure of his hands, that seemed so lovely in the making, turned to rapine, murder, madness, death, and hell." Swiftly she said, and wistfully and wan, "You did not like that God?" And on me showered the chastened luster of her mournful eyes, that with her crescent, languid from dismay, a dusky local twilight interwove. "Nor any god," I said. Then softly she, and with the naivete of divinity, "Nor goddess?" And I answered, feigning scorn, "Nor goddess." But she heeded not, and knelt again beside her dead protector. "Why?" With duller anguish than before she wailed, "Why did you kill him?" "In my own defense," I answered. "Like a child, you prate as gods are wont to do. On me, unarmed, you loosed your champion. I encountered him and won. Would you have had me die without a blow?" "You should be dead," she said, and rose in wrath, the still blue lightning blazing in her eyes, while ruddy fire her crescent overbrimmed. "You had beheld me. All who see me die, and you shall die." "If looks could kill," I said, "I should be now a cinder at your feet, but I am stronger than the strongest gods." "You stronger than the gods? What are you then?" she asked, her mouth so near me that her voice embalmed the breath I spoke with. "I am he that was to come," I said. "But are you God?" she cried, her eyes clashing on mine like flints. "Not God," I told her, "man, but such a man as was not in the world before my time, and cannot be again." "One man is like another," she replied. "The world is full of men. This was the only dragon left. Now all your nation could atone for him." I said, "Bethink you, there are men and men. How many men have had the power to see your virgin deity?" "But four," she said, "Endymion, Actaeon, Orion, you. Know you the fate of those whose second sight divined me in the forest or on the hill?" "I know it well," I said. "Do you, indeed? Then let us hear what mortals say of that," she cried with withering malice. "Orion, now, what is the tale of him?" He, having heard how the sweet goddess of the liberal womb had honored and delighted chosen men, determined on a hardier enterprise, seduction of a willing deity, being for him not perilous enough. Wherefore he swore a Stygian oath to see, to capture, and to ravish you, the chaste divinity whom not a god dare touch. His savage lust it was that couched his eyes, and showed you naked in your secret bower, about to don your hunting habit, fierce as that ensanguined boar of Calydon. But you unslipped it with Aetolia. Upon your hallowed privacy he crashed the thicket through, seeing to be seen, and at the sight of you at once to die. For in the bosom of his wicked hope your glittering instantaneous arrow sang, infallible as light. So ended he, the mighty hunter whose renown adorns in stellar script the figured vault of heaven. She scowled upon my version, but said, "And of Actaeon, then, what tale is told?" "A wanton boy, he hunted you with dogs, and tracked you to your bath. Your silver bow beyond your reach, the magic of your glance undid his nature, and his mongrels tore him down and killed him for a rascal stag. Endymion's fate. You must not speak of him. But I replied, Endymion and I pursued you not, but by your own design, or by incommunicable power described you. Hush, she said, as though I had profaned her person. Such rebuke was in her voice, such distance in her eyes, such reverence in her motion, such an awe upon her face. I understood, and said with equal inspiration, You may know how great I am at this, that I shall tell Endymion's story swiftly, truly, yet religiously, and with such warrant high, that you will think your recollection speaks. You loved him, goddess, with a woman's love, him only, in your monthly glory, him in all your shining centuries, in all your sweetest millenniums of virginity. One night, on Latmos, as he watched his sheep, he sang a wistful ditty to the moon, fragrant with budded passion and the rich account of opening manhood. In your heart that cherished silvery as maidens should a delicate discarnate thought of him, the golden message of his sonnet flowered in roses red as blood, and ere you knew your deity enraptured, and had put him on the beauty visible that maddens men. A moment in his sight your loveliness appeared, a woman's naked godhood stained with blushes of desire, and faded not, but in his fancy grew. Olympus saw you instantly, and Jove before your haste had comment of your voice, knowing your plea, accorded it. He shall not die, Jove said. Had he beheld you by an impious will, reprieve had been impossible. That once unwonted ecstasy should overpower my virgin daughter pleases fate in me. Therefore, the gift bestowed on him unsought, a vision of impassioned deity, shall be Endymion's abiding joy. He in eternal slumber shall retain eternal youth, and in his continence eternally the rapture of his dream. You laid him in a cave, and every night, untouched, unkissed, with maiden vehemence adored him even to lunacy. Your whole divine existence, spirit, sex entranced in his entrancement, and your daily thoughts, as through the Carian woods you still outstripped the swiftest nymph that followed in the chase, were with Endymion always poignantly transposed by the sweet subtlety of Jove's decree that made you the beatified beholder nightly, and remember by day of happiness your image gave the dreamer, you the virgin heroine of the eternal miracle of love. Alas, she said, and sank upon the ground, the miracle was not eternal. Him, Endymion, oh, my caverned treasure, him I have not seen. Of him I have not dared to think with intimate remembrances for many and many an empty century. Faint as a glowworm now, her crescent showed a wan and fitful lustre. Sighs profound she shook and rent her bosom, that she seemed about to fade and crumble in my sight, although the ruthless foe of all the gods, the instinct of the flesh, an ominous thought, eluding thought, constrained me, and I vowed she should not perish thus. 2 crystal ewers, a golden platter, and an agate cup, adjusted in a frame by Vulcan's craft of old, equipped the chariot no device for ease of travel lacked, had stirred a vague conjecture when I saw them. Now I knew the goddess's Olympian larder, choice and frugal, in the golden dish for one pellucid pitcher filleted with gems, turquoise and ruby, jasper, opal, pearl. I shook a portion of ambrosia, sliced in manchets of a mouthful daintily, and from the other that bore about its neck a wreath of emerald, ruddy tourmaline,
Topaz and amethyst, I brimmed the cup with nectar, and the pitchers both appeared after the service replenished as at first. I pondered on the marvel, but a sigh, as of the wind among Aeolian strings, deep shuddering through the night, upon my knees beside the goddess brought me speedily. She ate and drank, and with the sacrament of food, the universal pledge of life and health, her virgin deity regained the power, the passion, the celestial looks that filled the picture of Endymion's dream, and in the mountain vault her crescent made a golden day the darkness thronged upon. Then taste, she said, the nurture of the gods, and handed me the platter and the cup. having appeased her appetite, repaired her vigor, and assuaged her grief with less than half my offering. So restorative to every faculty of sense and soul was that ethereal fare. No words can tell the relish of ambrosia, represent aroma unimagined out of heaven until I drank the nectar lips divine had taste. Such a supper never man before me palated, and none again shall eat in time or in eternity. My high material nature hitherto had vanquished all divinity that dared encounter it. But now to this innate supremacy no spirit could withstand the food and wine of other world conjoined, whatever in their supernatural breed advantaged gods against me. By the hand I took my chance companion of the night, and from that battle place, with dragon's blood perfumed and smoldering sword, we passed beneath a lowly architrave of banded boughs. Thence, winding by a path where briars caught her green simar, we gained a bosked abode of solitude sequestered from the wind that hummed a tune without and rounded off the tingling silence there from all the world, an arbor to possess a goddess in, with roses hung and sweet with eglantine that sweetens all the mountain's tawny flank. The deep intolerant sexual rancor stored in men who innocently undertake the death of women in the name of love and ruin beauty that beauty may endure from age to age, augmented, whetted, fired by paradisian refreshment. Life itself is melting mouthfuls, and its gold impotable elixir of the gods, incensed me with the malignant joy to think that I should here deflower the undeflowered immortal blossom of virginity, chasten the chastity of heaven with love, invade the roseal bower of deity, the very maidenhead of maidenhead. But she, foreboding doom, withdrew her hand and set a space between. "What den is this?" she asked, dismay and doubt in voice and eye. "I thought you led me to a temple near, some sanctuary, some porch, some ruined fane." This hidden lodge and magic nook, of old inhabited by nameless gods, uncouth progenitors of deities whose rites infect it still with horror, daunts my soul, celestial though it be. Conduct me hence, unhappy mortal, ere primeval fate betray us utterly, and ancient woe entangle both in undivine despair. The latest tenants of this secret shade, they fill it now, I said, are dreams of mine. My place of inspiration in my youth, my refuge, study, haunt, and hermitage, the ground is hallowed, goddess, here can come no horror, only beauty and delight, inhabit mansions youth has sanctified. What was foretold? The prophet? Who was he? Proteus announced it centuries ago, so many empty centuries ago. She panted, paused, and paled, her godhead all aghast, as in the sapphire eyes arose terrific memories from the depth of time. Oh, and the idle sweetness of the years, she caught her breath and cried, the endless years, a myriad summers, for I followed still the scent of roses. Fate predicted passed me by, it seemed. I never gave it thought. Or if it lingered with the pageantry roaming the background of my tranquil mind, 'twas merged in legend and Olympian lore. My mother, most beloved delight of him whose lust immortalized mortality, Leto, sweet breeder of the sun and moon, hushed me to sleep with when the world was young in golden Delos by the Ionian Sea. What dead prediction buried in your heart revives with such an import ominous? Not you, she cried, not you, in violent wrath. You are not he the prophet warned me of. Some lycanthrope in borrowed manhood, some detestable fanatic or nympholept, or parasite of fame like him that burnt my temple beautiful in Ephesus. For I remember your insensate brag that fell at first unheeded on my ears. Repeat it now, you killed them. Come, you killed Apollo, Thor, Adonisis. Swear it. You that dared not face a dragon without my spear contend with gods, and like the bridal bells imagined an elfin cavalcade. Her laughter filled the night with ringing scorn. I overthrew those three, Apollo, Thor, Adonisius. Temperately I spoke, inured to tell all misprision, both of gods and men. Her sudden anger passed, for in her heart the teeth of fear had met. How can one do a thing insuperable, she asked. No man could overcome Apollo at any time. And know you not my brother vanished long before renown went west or north of Rome? I overcame him, but Adonisius first, then Thor, I said. Adonisius never. He, she told me, ended when Apollo did. But had that sullen monarch's rule endured, even you, with all your boasted second sight, could not have seen, still less encountered him, the wearer of the helm invisible. I said, speaking like fate, there is no term, no brink, no confine to my vision. He who can espy electrons in their dance atomic, and delight his burnished gaze in depths of ether fathomless till now, by sight of God or man, was never yet deceived by artifice archaic. Cask of darkness, deity impure, obscene and skulking usage, neither hid nor helped your somber god of hell when once I tracked him out. His hateful presence on the earth was known to me from boyhood by the high poetic gift I gave. Unerringly, when manly years to genius added power, I sought and found him by the Lucrine shore, haunting the entrance of the underworld, whence far he might not stray for fear of death, that was his minion once, in countless shapes. Unknown when he with Jove and Neptune ruled their trivial universe, he saw me come and laughed his hellish laugh, for centuries a rarity, and that my coming caused the last to wring his fallen countenance. He grasped his helm upon a willow hung, whose shade obscured the gloomy port of hell, and shambled towards me, doubting not to see terror and headlong flight. But my strong tread advanced on him, echoed loud as doom upon the hollow roof of Tartarus, and daunted him whose office it had been an atomic function to appeal mankind throughout the ages of his power. Insanity, the goddess cried, a wild, sacrilegious lie. I saw him quail, I said, and when she moved to speak again, continued my recital hardily. He stood a moment, swithering, then he donned his headpiece, and came at me with dispatch. Had I remembered Vulcan's magic gift, such power has fantasy, I might have failed to see Adonius helmeted, but lust of battle so obsessed my mind that hell's belated champion changed nor shape nor bulk until my wrath destroyed him utterly. For when he noted in my fervid gaze that I beheld him still, and feared him not, despite the cyclopean sorcery of unseen omnipresence subtly forged, that once with Neptune's triple spear and Jove's compelling thunderbolt ordained the world, irrational terror inhibited his power, darkened his vision, and delivered him to my remorseless hands. I gripped his throat and strangled him. I knelt upon his breast and crushed his ribs. I battered helm and head to powder on the stones, and trod and stamped him down into the dust, and put an end forever to the nether deity. Forthwith I plucked the brazen gates of hell from off their adamantine hinges, tossed them far into the middle sea, and took the facile way, by my heroic deed become at last, I thought, a thoroughfare, mistaking the consummate consequence. For men both break and make beyond their aim, yet trembling I went down the Avernine slope. So dreadful was the gloom, the roar and whine, so shrill and shattering, penetrant and harsh, the fume of charred humanity, so foul, so noisome, and so sulphurous the antique corruption of the air, time out of mind unwinnowed, unrenewed, while such a sense intolerable of age-long agonies invaded every nerve, that the command, all hope abandon ye who enter here, sunk in the oceans with the gates of hell, inscribed itself upon the stagnant smoke and glittering fire the image of my doubt. But soon the tide of power within me rose to flood again, and when my sight, attuned to darkness, dimly diapered and gilt by withered beams and luster in decay, the relics and despair of ruined light, began to search the tract of hell, it seemed at first as though the place were empty. Voice of woe and carnal smell of burning, all hypnotic fancy, and the realm itself so spacious once, a cavern in the earth for antiquaries only, and even they should have discovered there no vast machines and horrible inventions of a god's revenge, but spoke-sprung wheels with geisened hubs, fruit in a ropey puddle, petrified dead vultures, splintered stones, and tattered sieves, lumber of specimens unlisted left to molder in a cellar underground. I scarce had time to note a bluish scurf or phosphorescent mildew here and there, the dregs, the palsied lechery of flame, licking with fitful tongue the roasted loins of ancient sinfulness, that still could writhe after millenniums of incessant hell, scarce to behold beneath the rocky frown and sullen drip of precipices, bleached and bitten through the marbled ice, abominable spongy faces peer, when silence came with other darkness down, silence more penetrative, darkness more essential, vehement and absolute than ear or eye the craftiest could gauge. I stood intensely strung, expecting death, but sudden miracle befell instead, for sweet and fresh the fragrance of the dew, the voice of larks, the wind among the trees, flowers in the meadow and on the mountain's morn, filling the region with music and delight, established day upon the wreck of hell. Thus did I kill Adonisius, thus did I annihilate perdition, that began to fade the moment of his monarch's death, and ceased upon my advent as a dream disperses with the sound that gave it shape. Hardly was hell abolished, hardly dawn had lit his crimson campfires in the green translucent orient, when the forest leaves inquired in silent terror, every blade immortal in its rigid stalk, which way against us will destruction come? Storm, thunder, deluge, and the swords of fire, and swift and steep it fell, like mountains hurled from Utgard. Cloud on cloud descended, black, convolved and dense with rain aslant, and white as burning steel in driven showers with funeral darkness from the crest of morn, and hollow on the resonant floor above, the ramble of the chariot wheels of death. Long golden thongs of lightning leapt and stung, forked brands and brands like blue-green icicles hissed hot, and spat and crackled through the air, continual fire and barrel cascades poured, irregular, convulsive, peal on peal, the thunder rent and shook the firmament. The whole world trembled like a beaten bell. Forth from the storm, gigantic, ruddy, fierce as rage itself, the oldest son of earth, appeared before me, challenge in his eyes, Thor with his conquering hammer, Mjolnir armed. My northern cousin, said the goddess, ceased. When our tradition ended, Thrundheim fell. I made no answer, but continued, Thor, aware of my inexorable hate, my dire hostility, for gods discern their enemies without appeal or war, declared, upheaved his hammer, Mjolnir, high above his head, and brought it down on mine with all the ancient power of other world. Before his merest gesture, giant hosts had fled without a stroke from many a field, but never had he met a man in fight. His dreaded hammer, Mjolnir, forged of storm in Elfheim, in the furnace of the dwarfs, did me no harm at all. When he beheld me standing there unhurt, after a blow so mighty and direct, he clutched his beard and glared, astounded by material strength invulnerable in men, then heaved once more his magic mace in both hands like a sledge, and thundered blow on blow. I moved aside after a shower of strokes that struck of old in Jotunheim, might easily have cracked the skulls of all the Thyrses here, and down the weapon crashed into the earth, to dig itself so deep a sepulchre the god could not withdraw it ere my arms embraced him like a vice, and pinioned his against his cloud-girt flanks. All day he strove and panted in my grasp, and while his bulk enormous and his sinew, bone, and nerve of spiritual substance and fibre knit, dwindled and shrank and withered to a wraith illusory that sighed itself away in tenuous vapor on the evening wind, that was the end of Thor, the mankind god, the mighty worker for the sake of work, whose work was never seen and still to do, the bluff old hero of 100 fights. By ineludible entrenchment won, like every conquest of the other world, crushed to a film in my material clasp, the god of use and want, of daily toil, the home, the cupboard, tedium, common things still flicked in the sky, a wisp of cloud, when from the sunset in Olympian state, terribly beautiful Apollo came, for this was my great day. Divinest scorn, bathing her crescent in a ruddier blush than that which Damascenes with sanguine fire the glowing sickle of the harvest moon. The goddess silently confronted me and looked me in the face, but my great night had dawned. Your brother, goddess, he, even he, I said, offered me insult. 'Tis a way they have in heaven, and all the heavens. He called me man with infinite contempt, a name I mean to make the greatest of all time, of all eternity, and challenged me to sing against him. Who shall judge, I thought, expecting no rejoinder. I shall judge, Apollo answered, whereupon I laughed, so godlike was the word. I asked him then, what guerdon shall the victor have? He said, the victory, which was great and manlike even. The penalty, I said, shall be defeat. Aye, said the god, defeat, and after death in agony. I flay the vanquished, hell eternally to follow, a reply worthy the hatefullest of all the gods. But if you lose, I asked. I cannot lose, Apollo answered. Think you so, I said, and spoke with high disdain. Whichever way the judgment goes, 'tis I shall win this bout. Who first shall sing? He struck his lyre and sang. Great was the song, melodious and divine, preluding darkly in the vast abyss, with heavy sounds and words that summed up benighted chaos of ever gods and men of heaven and hell were known, till gathering might, as in the Olympian mystery of things, reunion and disjunction, heaven and hell, with earth between, gods, titans, heroes sprang impassioned from the all-conceiving gulf, big by relentless fate, then sweet as fire that murmurs in a golden censer lit to blandish adoration, love began a honeyed ecstasy and soon evolved in gorgeous strains and dazzling cadences, with rich division fledged and winged aloft, a soaring decant like savory smoke of sacrifice that God might offer God, with crashing resonance of brazen strings, as lightning to the thunder of his voice, Apollo uttered next titanic war and Jove's achievement and supremacy. A muted passage followed, dissonant and emphasized with level looks of scorn, showing the origin of men from earth impasted by Prometheus, and the breed, after Deucalion's flood, by miracle preserved, where stones were dowered with life, a race eternally subservient to the gods, whom they must worship with profoundest awe, and chiefly him Apollo, god of light, of knowledge, justice, purity, and truth. He finished in Apollyon rapture, playing the spheral music Troy was builded with, intolerably sweet and jubilant as trumpets of the dawn, to honor now and magnify the essence of the gods, consummate jealousy wherein himself had no superior, and that I might lose courage and hope and fall an easy prey in this the swan song of the Musigettes. Although the prophet knew it not, he poured a fountain of memorial melody to grace the lofty paean that extolled his treacherous vengeance on the satyr. Last, blasphemous mortal, cried the goddess, death assail and choke you now, hell gnaw your bones, Apollo treacherous, noblest god of all, my brother most divine and most adored, theophany of justice, light and truth, revealed to men, Marsyas, a silent, foul, abominable, bestial, fit for death 1,000 times in monstrous agonies. His song surpassed Apollo's, it never did. No voice of heaven or earth could equal his, no flute, no pipe be favorably heard whene'er Apollo deigned to touch his lyre. The prepossession of Olympus. Know the truth at last, I said. Both flute and pipe surpassed Apollo's lyre. Pan overcame with powerful music of the woods and wilds, dancing and mirth, and wine and harvest home, the mountains and the pastures and the chase. Apollo's moral ode and heavenly hymn, and Marsyas also, with harmonious flute, excelled his minstrelsy. The god performed a new thing seeming needless in war already won, a new thing seeming needless in a war already won, a famous masterpiece, the most uplifting music wrung from strings, his Trojan overture, when Midas judged between Apollo and the venturous fawn. But Marsyas blew a melody so rich in morn and eve, in midnight and in noon, so stained with spring that blushes in the snow, with summer's diverse bloom and autumn's gold, so passionate and so instinct with love, in single notes, like water in a well that drops an orb of music lingeringly, in warbled showers of jewels and streams of sound, like vintage flowing free, more searching sweet than twilight, when the stars at intervals in shadowy magnificence appear till darkness like the bridegroom lifts the veil, that Midas, though he laughed aloud to see the eager satyr's crimson cheeks distend to bursting, crowned him victor, and the joy of every hearer, save the deity defeated, echoed to the skies. Now mark the nature of divinity, of yours as of Apollo's, for you slew with him the lovely children. Fruitful Niobe Amphion bore a wife whose generous boast of rich maternity and loyal claim that he, her spouse, had built a city to. Boeotian Thebes, with music of his lute, deserved a smile well pleased from gods and men instead of such bereavement as you dealt. The stolid vengeance of celestial art, the ruthless spite of noisome chastity. I was patroness of motherhood, she cried in anguish. All the gods, I said, were arrogant in virtues, self-assumed, to palliate their malice. Let me end this history of divine malevolence. Between Apollo and his challenger the strife was fair, and true award pronounced upon the instant issue. The delight, the skill and music of the players gave, but your theophany of hallowed truth adorned the arbiter with ass's ears and flayed the genial champion alive. Behavior wanton as Jehovah's trick, who set his creatures in a garden fair, beside a beautiful, a tempting fruit, and bade them eat it, not on pain of death, knowing that they would eat it. Now, no more till I have finished, goddess of the night. You interrupted when Apollo sang his treacherous triumph over Marsyas, last, rending a shriek from every lyric string, mournful and heinous as the doom portrayed, the satyr's agony beneath the knife. He smiled with glittering narrowed eyes of hate, and ample expectation of revenge, immediate, bloody, and sufficing even the anger of a god. Silent I gazed on the superb divinity a while, my senses in melodious surges drowned, such as on Helicon Mnemosyne had joyed in with her daughters. Heard by me once more, and never to be heard again, by any ear throughout eternity, the god's conceit of triumph, unexpressed delight of mine, and still demeanor fed, until it flamed. You yield without a song, he cried, malignant even to happy tears, whose dew annealed the fury of his glance. Roused from my reverie, not a word I spoke, but clasped my hands behind me, having no lyre, and mightily against Apollo's song that pleased Olympus and established Troy, I waged the universe itself, in being before Apollo or any god-debauched imagination. Of the ether first I sang, one subtile tension of entire immaculate energy, omnipotent, eternal, stretching taut in bournless space. This infinite elastic ether, pure dynamic form, no chaos ever was, but order always mutable and free, for every change possessed no sun, no star, no meteorite, no atom or element, being a sheer oblivious ecstasy, until the lightning wakened and began a limitation of eternal space, which is the ether in eddying vortices. The offspring of the ether, energized, under continual omnipresent strain that sought stability in golden drops by sexual electrons, pith and seed at once of ponderable matter, each invisible corpuscule being condensed from myriads of measures of imponderable elastic stuff, and therefore each a packed compendium of the universe, an orb, a reservoir and continent of power, incalculable, manifest, occult, repository of eternity and hidden treasure of the infinite. When these electric gems, confederate all in balanced companies, began to spin like planets in a system, every group became a cadent atom of hydrogen, first condensed of the infinite, And these again, these atoms, clustered stars of beazled lightning, instantly conglobed as passionate molecules, atomic pairs in most material wedlock interfused insatiably to throng in countless swarms, hive upon hive of radiancy ensphered and whirling through immensities of space, till into sumptuous nebulae they swelled, the seen, the heard, the ponderable at last, from an improbable, omnipotent, eternal ether gloriously evolved. Come to the gods, Apollo cried. The gods, I take them in their turn, I said, and kept the tenor of my song. The least of all the nebulae, contracting as it cooled, flung off the planets, they their moors to swing in ample berths, miraculously moored by gravitation in a spatial gulf 5,000 millions of our mundane miles diametrically measured, circumscribed by Neptune's orbit, centered by the sun, haunted by errant comets that wander out obliquely curving through the desolate night that lies between us and the nearest star, and driven directly on towards Hercules in Lyra, planets, comets, and the sun, though moored, advancing with the speed of thought, and representing in colossal form the balanced clusters of electrons grouped to constitute infinitesimal cosmic parcels of an element, as solar systems are evolved to be. The mighty members of the universe secreted by the primal atom, all the other atoms, as the planet cooled, became, and all their elements, how much so ever differing in appearance, weight, amount, condition, function, volume, gold from iodine, argon from iron, wrought of the purest ether in electron spraying, as lightning from the tension filling space, forms of the ether, primal hydrogen, azote, and oxygen, unstable shapes, with carbon, most perdurable of all the elements, forthwith were sifted out to be the diverse warp and woof of life, the lowest and the highest, louse and man. How came the gods to be? Apollo cried, smiting his lyre in wrath. Their day arrived, I said, but man, whose fault they are, came first. Then sang I other miracles of time, telluric history brought to light by power material in men of resolute attention, from the dust of ages, shells and scattered limbs and footprints petrified in rocky strata, or in fossil mud matrixed like scripture for the founder's craft, organic stone wherein whole species, plant and animal, of their own substance built their tomb and monument, shale, lava, marl, obsidian, porphyry, syenite, travertine, mica and talc, blown sand and drifted sand in deserts and in oceans, fruitful soil with forest pastures, orchids, harvests fledged, millennial almanac, and open scroll of deluge, fire, volcano, glacial drift, compacture fierce, and winnowing tides of air that forged and tempered and engraved the earth, enameled it with sapphire seas, and hung an emerald veil about its nakedness. Then did I sing the greatest miracle, the origin of species devoutly traced throughout the scale of being in the deep brain we honor most today, and showed the god assuredly as one who can reveal by power poetic what the groper fears to institute, sex from the ether strained as lightning, male and female, first and last, delimitation of eternity, immaculate, discarnate, twofold sex, electrons, jewel substance of evolved ethereal, uncreated universe in protoplasm embodied, sarcode stuff or vegetable inwoven of the same quaternion of elements, vapors, three, azote and hydrogen, with oxygen the great protagonist, and carbon, crowd and chorus, common tissue of the whole, wherein the ether lightened into life, organical, amoebae, monera, bacteria, diatoms, single cells that sped through differentiation, changed environment in series manifold, by natural selection and sexual into the rose, the oak tree and the vine, and into men and women, and swift again I sang what no one sang before, or said, or thought, Eternity, which was and is none other than the ether, infinite, unconscious rapture, tensely strong in space, by travail inenarrable and urge adventurous of evolution, shrine individual in men and women, to know itself, to understand the whole and keep the primal everlasting ecstasy, self-conscious in the passionate kiss of love. The gods, the gods, the gods, Apollo cried, but shrilly now and fearfully. To them I come, I said, and saying the body of man, mucus, the blood unlit, on fire as blood, in flesh compact, and baked like earthenware, in nerve as pith, as mineral in bone, fibrous in muscle, and in the viscera, vegetal, repeating in the microplasm, electron, atom, system, universe, with cells and organs, members, moons and suns. The gods, the gods, the gods, I sang the brain, a double sponge soaked in the ether, fruit Hesperian in the garth of space, the goal unconscious, lightning aimed at when it led the onset of eternity toward man, receiver and recorder, carder, sieve, alembic, loom and lyre, and every arm, machine, and implement for art, war, use, to put in act the thoughts the body thinks. I sang the multitudinous cells that bud and blossom, and the trellised protoplasm filling the skull, and make the chambers there. Arbors of color, beauty, fragrance, joy, by sulphurs, gold, and purple blooms uplit, and garlanded with phosphorescent wreaths, crimson and ivory and violet. And then I sang the gods, infinity confined in atoms, that developed power in many modes, and changed and counterchanged through force and forces to become in us terror and hatred, anger, worship, love, and be projected on itself again, fantastic immaterial eclipse of actual material universe, the undeciphered fancy, thought complete self-consciousness of man flung blindly forth to master mystery and to know the unknown. Vitality, the ether in densest stones asleep, whose thronged electrons still at ease in harbors and imperial roadsteads rides, wake in protoplasm a formless stir or distaste of life that lends the clot of carbon-curdled vaporous poetic power to gather to itself and to transmute diversity of matter into man. The crown of evolution, this it was that men supposed to be another thing than they, not knowing that the whole in one material substance. Gods and God are man's mistake. No brain exists behind the galaxies, above them or beneath. No thought inhabiteth eternity, no reason, no intelligence at all, till conscious life begins. The oofs and elves, the satyrs, centaurs, goblins, gnomes, and trolls, the ancient lands of fairy and romance, infernal and supernal domiciles, the dreadful dwellers there, and wonderful cosmogony of other-world perverse reflections of his unenlightened mind upon the mirror of eternity, and on the mirrors of the sun and moon, the stars, the flowers, the sea, the woods, the wilds, with immaterial nothings deceived mankind, even as his shadow on a darksome way looms like a ghost and daunts the pilgrim still. I am no ghost, Apollo cried, a god and son of God, but now his voice, a thin and bat-like shriek, dismayed himself. His light had waned, his figure shrunk, before the truth, the greatness, and the terror of my song, the deep malevolence of other world alone remaining. Fierce from his lyre he struck sundering dissonance that might have ended time. For lo, the gallant curving horns were warped, the strings awry and beaded thick with rust. Again he smote, so savage was his rage, as with a bestial claw, the tuneless lyre, and straight the instrument of power that worked by poignant melody, enchantment strong, as bastion cities crumbled into dust. Swift like a famished werewolf at my throat he leapt, or vampire fresh from sepulture, in semblance only, for the fire was out, his sinew tender and his blood a fume. His empty quiver, every arrow spent, how long ago, flapped on his shriveled haunch like a cast slough. Not even the knife he skinned the setter with was left him. As he sprang, he clenched teeth, moldered in his jaws, his eyes like gathered leaves that in a kiln curl up, shrank in their gloomy sockets, and on my flesh his withered fingers hung like gossamer, the evening breezes trail. For all you gods, without your weapons or your magic arts, your heavens and hells and cyclopean bolts, envenomed arrows, casques invisible, girdles and shoes of swiftness, and gorgon heads, are impotent as palsied eld. I struck him down, dismembered him, as one might tear a mannequin in pieces. By breech and neck I seized and kneaded him, and bent and plied and wrung him like a rag, until he ceased to be, as in the conjurer's nimble hands a kerchief vanishes. Thus did I meet, thus did I conquer and annihilate Apollo, Thor, Aeneas, gods that were. That never were, the goddess said, and smiled, divinity commiserating man's simplicity, her grief and horror past, complacent now and beautiful as heaven's devoted maiden in the flower of youth and freshness of her nights. Fair as herself, she bade me know the truth. These were not gods, and loftily spoke. At first I feared I knew not what. So wide and so profound a gulf divides my solitary time from those Olympiads sweet, and every brake blossomed with deity undisciplined, when dryads, hamadryads, oreads, nymphs haunted the wilderness and watched my sport, that things immemorable had fallen away, leaving my lonely mind in tranquil thought a thoroughfare of beauty. Chief of all unblessed remembrance are the lonesome wains forgotten till you told how, in the voice that named itself Apollo, shrillness struck, and fear with dwindled volume. Then I knew a wane had mocked you, only voices now. They once had deity, archaic sprites, adored by uncouth beings, hardly men, that ceased or ever Auranos began the dynasties of heaven. Unworshipped gods may haughtily retain divine estate, while any scion of the race endures whose gods they were, but when the blood that warmed and fostered them with worship burns entirely out, they wither into sound, involving baneful power to personate the very gods themselves. If time and place accord with second sight, like yours at hand to see the phantom, I supposed, indeed, the abhorrences had perished from the world. But those apparent gods you thought you killed were certainly none other than the wains, still at their execrable masquerade. Are you of them? I asked. Her crescent flushed, a saffron hue, and from her sparkling eyes keen lightnings pierced me. Not a word she spoke. If the three deities I slew were wains, can I believe that no iniquitous embodiment of empty sound like them encounters me tonight? I asked, assured the slain divinities were what they seemed. I am the only deity, she said, remaining on the earth. Since you remain, might not a remnant of divinity frequent the day as you frequent the night? No. Pensively she answered, all the gods, except my single self, departed hence. Whither I know not, centuries ago. Let me recall the past, and let me tell what I have never told, since there was none to hear. Can I remember? Can I bear to think it? Silent noon in Arcady, I and my dragon car driving at speed, compelled to wonderment and awe by fate unknown, invading heaven and earth, unknown but felt. Then darkness inexpressible the gods could see by day and night, but I, renowned for vision, saw not, heard not. Out the darkness blotted every sense save one. Day blazed by contrast when I shut my eyes. Then I remembered Proteus. Once I sought the crafty shepherd of the sea and bade him tell my fortune. Gods must come and go, but virgin deity outlast them all, he said. I thanked him for his prophecy and left his cave. Well pleased, he followed, loath but powerless not to tell the whole of doom. Until a man shall conquer you, he said, you cannot pass away, which might have been a cryptic promise of eternal life. But in the strangling darkness, no. So long the horror brooded, I believed an end of all had come. It had. for all but me. The faithful beast you slew, my dragon, stood as motionless as I. I neither heard his laboring heart nor mine, though every throb uncounted in that dread obsession seemed a night of fear. At last a sound arose far off, a rumbling deep and low that shook the earth as thunder shakes it, traveling on. It filled the air as tempests do, and yet no louder than a murmur, than a sigh. The word went round the world, great Pan is dead. Soon as the whisper traversed Arcady, the all-devouring darkness rendered up the day again, but not the day that was. Gone were the golden sunbeams, iron skies, or canopied the world. Through the dull air I hastened to my hidden place of joy. I have still Endymion, I thought, an empty heaven, an empty world for me, are terrorless. His image in my mind, eternal youth, and in his countenance, eternal rapture. Words of yours or Jove's I reached my Latmian bower and found. I found no priceless treasures there, a wind that sighed, a charnel smell, dead leaves where spiders spanned their dusty webs. A bat, a toad usurped the mountain cave. Endymion and his dream myself in naked deity beheld, had made the very jewel of the earth. I swore by Styx vengeance more horrible than any punishment in Tartarus, and lit the air in meteoric flight to high Olympus and the ear of Jove. Alas, no mortal mind can comprehend, no words can tell, no thought can think the change. Where the 12 places had soared aloft in massive splendor, beauty, and balanced strength, the wonder of the gods themselves, there spread a leprous snow, winnowed by icy blasts. I sought no further. What had chanced, I knew. The intolerant Jewish god, the terrible Jehovah, subtlest of supernal powers, by magic more inscrutable than his, had conquered Jove and wiped Olympus out. You know that awful god better than I, the rumor of his might. I know of him, I said, eager to speak. The sorcery, whereby he seemed to quell the other gods, was twofold. First and foremost, reiterant assertion of supreme domination. I am I, there is no God but me, assailed the Jewish mind for ages and destroyed the sense of hearing for the voice of gods less arrogant, to make himself renowned beyond all rivalry. In mythic times, Jehovah had proclaimed himself the world's creator, never imagining that men would wrest its secret from the universe. Howbeit, long before we understood that all things of themselves evolved, his boast, he had pronounced the whole creation good, exposed him to derision. Great indeed the world was and will always be, but good it never can become, and worst of worsts. His chosen race, the Jews, the only folk in all the world that worshipped him, had passed from slavery into slavery, and were then writhing beneath the heel of Rome, Jove's might incarnate. Some unparagoned device alone could raise a god discredited so utterly to eminence again, nor was that wanting in the operant part of plausible enchantment, reinforced with iterance unending of the spell primeval, I am I, there is no god beside. When Jove, divinely errant, chose to mingle blood with mortals' heroes, or gods were still the offspring, as become a sire eternal. But this desperate deity begot a common man, and in his son, not as a natural parent reappears, but really incarnate, lived on earth to change the mood of men and make them his. Now, mark how relative omnipotence and all divine ascriptions are. Without disquietude, and when it pleased him best, triumphant Jove destroyed Jehovah, left to Rome Jove's delegate, and by that power abandoned to the mercy of the mob, whose god he was. His claim was laughed to scorn, and he, on Calvary, hammered to a cross. That was your time of darkness. What happened then on Calvary, when Christ was crucified? The end of Godhead happened once for all. So interwoven an infinity entangled all the gods, so spiritual a fabric, so essentially allied, were all your states and towers of other world. A single death of deity involved the entire extinction of the race divine, celestial and infernal, and the ruin irredeemable of every heaven and hell. That was an accident on Calvary, then, the goddess cried, enlightened. Had Jove known Jehovah would become a man in all mortality, he never would have risked destruction in permitting men to work their will upon his rival. Could he dream that deity would so forget itself, put on without reprieve the flesh of men, the madness of a god, the irony exorbitant of chance, I said, pursued throughout the centuries with keenest zest, for only then, when all the gods were dead of moribund, did men begin to pray in earnest and to worship truly, both Jehovah and his conqueror, the one as Christ, the man of sorrows, the other Jove, as God of kings and armies, pride and pomp in Rome besides his ancient seat of power. If deity went out upon the cross, how comes it I am here? The goddess asked, not now disdainful, but in thoughtful guise, as having met the master of her fate. I said, the point of time on Calvary, when Christ gave up the ghost, the 3 dark hours you passed in Arcady, the centuries of Christendom in which Jehovah dead appeared to triumph, are in eternity one single moment, and the same with this in which we meet. The goddess understood, but asked me of the gods whom I had killed. Were they not Wanes then? No, not Wanes, I said, unless they were the fittest. How they survived no one could tell. I know I killed the 3, and I, she asked, by the great power I have to join the ends of time, and to compress eternity into a glowing point, one teeming moment of imagination, the active sum of all material force, nothing in this or in the other world extinguished now, no cause, no accident, no import, no result, no fate so called, that ever did betide is hid from me. Given this faculty the rein, I said, goddess, and hallowed lamp of stainless youth, shining supreme in lilied sovereignty, because of maidenhood, you are tonight as beautiful, as fragrant, fresh, and rich in deity, and in divine desire as on the evening when you came of age, and Jove, with such a daughter overjoyed, enthroned and crowned you, while the dusky stars in envy swooned, or hung about you, too enchanted with your excellence to dream of emulation. Wistfully she said, but wherefore then do I survive alone? Athene was a virgin, a sexless one. Not from Jove's loins, but from his head she sprang. When the end came, she was the first to fade, she murmured, while a crescent filled, anew with pulsing fire, lit up the night. They ceased somehow, they vanished, every god, myself excepted, and the 3 you slew. I will believe you slew them, but was that the end of all the kingdoms of the air, that death on Calvary, when Jehovah's treason undid himself and us? May there not be celestial homes beyond the stars, a lodge above Olympus, a higher heaven than heaven, where Jove confederate with Jehovah dwells, and Juno visits Aphrodite's bower in sweetest amity? I think there may. A goddess's romance, in bornless space fulfilled with matter multiform, no room for any immaterial might remains. No room, she cried, for immaterial things? But I am immaterial, if you mean by immaterial, immortal and divine. I was about to say sheer fantasy. You are not, never were, but in my veins the Aphrodisian force of other world began a revel as of molten ore tumultuous in the entrails of the earth, that shatters mountains and upheaves the sea, ambrosial food and nectar of the gods, whereof I had partaken with careless zest, being savory morsels of essential life, I mean the unreal essence of the spirit, and aureate passion, potable and pure as the first lightnings, though impossible as the uncharactered inane itself, no filter and no witchcraft ever tuned to such a pitch of poignant ecstasy the senses of her lord, beloved in vain by some unhappy bride as that which now inspired me. Goddess, I said, above the stars I see the dazzling fronts of palaces that overlook eternity. On one a crescent burns and beckons, your Damascene, untenanted and waiting. Forbear deceit, she cried. You said romance, and now you say, in the same wanton breath, the highest heaven exists, with room for me. Against her will to call the flower of her virginity had been my purpose. With the loss of maidenhood, her deity I knew must end at once, and should then have purged the universe of the last exile, last inheritress of otherworld. But now material things, or immaterial, seemed the selfsame substance, or it mattered not whether they were betrayal of the truth, and of my own material being, for which I suffered torment dire, while one design engulfed as in a vortex all my thoughts, in some vertiginous moment of the blood to win the virgin goddess of the night, and to possess her with her sweetest will. When I derided you, divinity adorable above all adoration, my thoughts, I said, were wandering far astray in labyrinths where human doubt devours the firstborn of the mind. Now I return to earth, to heaven and hell, nor Jove, nor God did ever speak more truly than I, and this I tell you, not a gnome or filmy elf, demon or angel, hero, deity can ever cease to be. They and their realms, romantic fairylands, Elysiums, bliss and bale, the peopled universe of man's fantastical creation, as the scope of vision trebly harnessed for the strife against encroaching distances, against minuteness still dividing, and the war that spectral colors wage upon the stars, in conquest of their nature, substance, growth, I say, as vision widened, deepened, struck aloft, extending everywhere, domains imaginative and unsearchable by keenest lens or prison resolvent, passed beyond material ken, advancing swift as thought, or as the constellations speed forever in goalless infinite above the highest heaven, your palace shines with tenderest light. Thither you will ascend, when you with me fulfill your destiny, and win high welcome, for the gods await your certain advent in their new abode. I doubt you, I distrust you, all you spoke. I thought aloud, affirming crudely things debatable to clear my turbid mind. Work with your astounding presence here. The gathered dross, the slag and scoria scummed, I drain a noble metal unalloyed, and cast it in the very mold of fate. Alone and helpless, you have none but me. You must believe, and I must speak the truth. How shall I know the truth? Yourself, I said, being divine, are test enough. Reject the thing you doubt without a second thought. Then what must I believe? Do you believe the gods exist? I asked. I neither doubt in my divinest moments that the gods exist, nor doubt I shall at last attain the lofty home of my celestial folk. What would you do to bring that time about? What can I do? She asked. What have you left undone? The meaning of your maidenhood abandoned here without a token sent from any heaven. The meaning, even this, that deity neglected on the earth, contemned, denied, or utterly misknown, since Golgotha and the debacle there begun, is yet again to be the world's unquestioned glory in a golden age wherewith the time Saturnian shall compare, as winter's palace gleam and drizzling sky with the steep sun of summer and its rose. My long terrestrial exile means a new beginning of divinity on earth? Tell me of that, the goddess cried, her eyes, her crescent luminous with hope. Tell the wonder, the delight, the truth of that. It could not be, I said, nor is it high and holy that the everlasting youth, florescent in the ichor of the gods, should bloom infertile through millennial years. Unhappy women, or, it well may be, the happiest, can continue maidenhood till death. At last deflowers the scentless weed, for women wither, and their summertime is not so long a war of continents that all must yield. But with the unfading gods who live in the eternal moment, time has naught to do. Their beauty and their strength renew themselves with every ardent pulse. Desire augments throughout eternity. What are you going to say? That all the change in both worlds was from Calvary till now, the elaborate accomplishment of fate's mature device, our casual meeting here. Is this a horror or a glorious thing? The goddess asked the night. A glorious thing. I from my mansion in the Milky Way come down to earth to die. You on your beat nocturnal round the summer world patrol the frontier of the north. And lo we meet, and we shall mingle, not even With higher God than God would I unite my deity. No, but with man, with me, you shall unite. The gods have paired with women and begot beloved sons and daughters, dynasties divine, but unending and beyond restoral banished. Let a greater race than any hitherto adored in heaven, in Asgard or Olympus. My guardian, dead, no spear, no arrow, God, oh, any God in any heaven or hell, limbo or land, forgotten, hear and aid me. It is I, virginity, your flame-clad maidenhood, so highly sphered, so holily beseen, the innocent goddess whom the gods themselves adored, and oh, sweet stars, my bower maids long agone, why are you hid tonight? Unveil, the very eyes of heaven are closed, I said, that none may see us. I shall see you, I, a goddess. But by you I would be seen, my eyes, in your unfathomed orbs, deep sunk as in a tide of glory. Never, she cried, shall the proud legend of my life, the high achievement of millennial purity, immortal flower of maidenhood, be turned to laughter, tarnished and undone, and rent and rifled by a man, or by a beast, or by a devil, vampire, ghost, or ghoul. No fiercest, strongest, subtlest man alive dare touch me. Go, I bid you go. Your wrath betrays your ill assurance. In your heart, installed by Jove when he begot you, love, a dreaming world long time enchanted, wakes in uttermost amazement. Passion stirs, the curtains of your mind are drawn in light, not of the moon that borrows daily fire and nightly freezes it, but sevenfold light eternal floods your thought. Clear as the sun, the secret of a celestial rune dawns upon your wonder. For the sin of heaven that sapped Olympian power unguessed till now was lodged in you. The cult of maidenhood virginity will never be divine. The worship of an incomplete existence, of one half of a being, sin unpardonable and inconceivable, as soon as known.
But this very sin, the unhallowed worship of virginity, achievement of the automatic fates, you were preserved a maid, and in your sex myriads of virgin years have so matured essential deity, so burdened every load with golden ore of love, and so fulfilled your beauty with the sorcery of heaven, that he who sees you needs you with a need no mortal can endure, and you, goddess, you, in unreserved divinity or death. She gazed into the darkness, she wrung her hands, her bosom heaved, her bosom thronged with sighs, but now her soul yielded, and I knew that, being a goddess, she would give herself without another thought than to be mine. Look, goddess, look, I said, aware how love had rolled the years up like a debt discharged, erased the cross-hatched shadows of old time, and lit my face with youth. Truly, to love a woman will transfigure any man, but I, desiring deity, became the avatar of deity's desire. She looked, and on the instant stood entranced. Then slowly from her lips her meaning poured like organ music. Greater than the gods, O man, immortal in mortality. For your delight, for your supreme delight, I kept my maidenhead. Without a doubt, I know it in my sex and in my soul, my womb will teem with daughters fairer far than their most happy mother, with many sons as great as he whose love so deified will found a mightier dynasty of gods than any in the records of all the heavens. Justice and guerdon due my chastity preserved throughout millenniums at a cost. Now I may say it, now that sudden fate unites my virgin knot. Oh, at a cost incalculable of sleepless centuries and midnight madness that the muffled skies concealed from gods and men, that pallid dream. Endymion in the Latmian cave, oh, that tender and sweet and beautiful a thing to tell about, for slander must be fed in heaven and earth, masking forbidden lust that might have horrified the world with births more heinous than Chimera or Minotaur. Had not occasion, still inopportune, undone the evil thought, at such a cost the maiden treasure of my deity was kept for you to plunder. Every pulse exults, and every nerve my bosom swells already at the thought of sucklings there.
my babes upon my breast. But this comes first, the sum and harmony of every joy that I shall suffer and that you shall wreak, sweet vengeance for millennial chastity, that my long lonely passion will be shared with one who loves me and is by me beloved. The bracken of our couch, our bridal sheets, her green simar, by her divinity spread the while she wished to hide and would not hide her tender shuddering sighs, her flower-like smiles that bloomed in sweet succession, with crystal tears for dewdrops and dazzling blood that welled in momentaneous surges and overcame her face, her neck, her bosom, with a tide wherein, as in the mirror of the wave, as unseen dawn its rosy shadow threw. She was the virgin goddess of the night, and she lay down with me, and in my arms she sacrificed the chastity of heaven, and swooned with happiness, and whispered close, I see my palace on the highest height, the one you told me of. Thither will we so stealthily, when our first boy is born, and take with sudden wonder all my kin. That was the burden of her nuptial song, until the tumult of her own delight invaded all her being. Then, oh then, her molten crescent dripped with honeyed fire, a light to love by hand we needed light, with fragrant kisses like a magic cup, for ever brimming with the wine of love. Her mouth was at my lips, her golden voice in murmurs and unworded rapture told voluptuous secrets of our rich embrace. And over us the moonless, starless night, a velvet coverlet of darkness spread. But when her soul was satiated with love, a little while before the morning broke, wanton she grew and would not be appeased, although her crescent waned, and in its gloom her eyes and eyelids withered, and her face grew haggard with the ashen stain of death. Yet would she cling to me, one hungry sense alone alive, and take me, love, or else I die, she sobbed. Her arms and limbs about me writhen like a serpent's coils. Once, when a momentary lull reprieved the travail of her body, she shrieked aloud, Anathema, a man has conquered me. The end has come, insufferable hell begin again, and disembowel the earth with hotter fire than any stolen from heaven, to be a living sepulchre of pain, for that pernicious prophet whose presage sly gods vanished, gods, dead gods, I heeded not, because it was to be. Then at my ear, and through her grinding teeth, save me from death, she said, by love, save me from death by love. Such being the tragic loom of it, and she and I, the warp and woof, I still renewed the anguish that was ecstasy at first, but I drained my love in one resolved embrace. Her fire went out, her deity decayed, and by the sullen, clouded dawn that dredged the sky with dim, diffusive dust, there vanished from my sight a carrion shape with shriveled dugs, wry mouth and posture foul as a naked hag on lewdness bent, with shrunk veins, empty mind, suspended will. Scarce had I noted veils and shreds of mist hanging upon the mountains and the woods, and through my marrow felt the morning air like curdling venom steel, when death came down and brought about tremendous punishment for my seduction of the goddess, lust indulged to frenzy, self-deceit, and a dark betrayal of the ethereal universe. Without a pang I died, but shrieking waked in the last hell remaining, hell unknown to men before my visit, appalling hell, the hell of deity where other world intolerable agony endured. Although the instantaneousness of hell extorted sudden outcry, yet the thought that immaterial falsehood of the spirit had not escaped, but that the gods themselves, a fierier flame, a fiercer torture knew than any penalty infernal dealt the human victims of their wrath, divine inventors, patrons, connoisseurs of hell, was as a drop of water on my tongue, a chord of music, and a breath of wind amid the dismal noise, the withering heat, the awful restlessness, the live despair. Beside me on the threshold the goddess stood, as young, as full of zest, and as divine as when she passed me on the mountain-top. I also, in the splendor of my youth, entered the dread inferno of the gods, for that the anguish there might still surpass the utmost pain in every other hell, the spirit and strength of all the Denzians restored at once, were to the height maintained by the pure flame they breathed, the atmosphere being also nurture and stimulant, and one exhaustive torment of that shrine of woe that all the essences of other world should breathe, should feed on hell like plants on air, and should become in every artery, nerve, secretion, organ, bone, and muscle. Hell, insufferable hell, was the supreme distinction, the redundancy, superb in hellishness, that made the hell of the gods preeminent hell. But over and above the general torture native in the air, so stringent and imbuing that the might combine the majesty and pride of gods the highest, Jove, Poseidon, Mulciber, Ormuzd, the Ahriman, Woden, Surtur, Mars, could not have borne in silence a moment's throw, each individual from the daintiest elf that fed on perfume once and bathed in dew, to cyclopean figures vast of yore, the armories and farriers of the gods endured, the unendurable, impaled against a towering cliff of adamant, sheer as a waterfall and smooth as glass, broad as the bastion of an island realm, and topaz-hued by reflex of the flame that filled the wide and lofty vault of hell, its atmosphere, impalement manifold, the pegs and bolts, the hooks, the skewers and beams being of the soul of metal, an element unknown on earth, that where it pierces lives an aching life metallic, in pain itself, and to the wounded spirit imparting power transcendent to experience agonies that, felt less keenly with a single pang, had ended every god. Supine or prone, the fairies, kobolds, dwarfs by pins and nails, transfixed like butterflies and beetles, screamed with stretched mouths, wings abuzz, and wriggling limbs, and though they wrenched and wrung their bodies, they and every sufferer there incessantly, the puncture of the impalement sucked the stake like a fierce mouth, such was the energy constrictive in the magic metal lodged. Titans and the Thyrses, huge, dropped from the height, on ganches pined, such groups, barbs and spikes as on the walls of Orient cities clutched, the mangled malefactor dying long in hideous misery, through the bowels thrust hooked by a leg, and in the shoulders griped the storm leviathan, enormous Thyrum, terrific anguish from his cavernous maw, uttered continually. Beside him hung uncouthly by the head, his eye-hole pierced by other malice than the wandering Greeks, his bulk contorted, immanly trussed on giant prongs that dug through either thigh, and, curving, gashed his midriff. Ocean's son, the cloud-high Polyphemus, writhed and roared upon a skewer, and through their navels stuck Vulcan and Mars, with Venus wedged between, bellowed discordant frenzy as they bit and clawed each other. Juno stitched to Jove. 4 persons in the Godhead, the Sire, the Son, the Holy Spirit, and the Evil One. The faculty of hell within me cried, and in the instant, though that instant seemed eternity quadrupled, so intense my fourfold agony became. The last of all the hells, and the most terrible, desisted wholly, and I stood once more alone upon the mountain of my choice, and saw the northern dawn awake the world. The mechanism of automatic fate brought it about that, when I thought to die eternally, I died to live again. Thus in my night adventure and my death I purged the world of the last remnant left, of other world, the hideous hell of the gods, of virgin worship, and, in myself, of God, pernicious slander of material truth, so terribly avenged in the last hell. And thus I made the world a fit abode for greatness and the men who yet may be, and can myself with joy become again, the mountains and the ocean, the winds, the flowers, the life and death, and fear and love and hope, and tender sorrow, and heavy grief, and all humanity, and all that thinks and is, remaining still, the conscious mystery throned among the stars, with systems round beset, by throngs of constellations haunted, discs gigantic looming white on every hand, and married globes whose orbits intertwine, whose burnished lights distinct with diverse stains revolve about each other deep in space, saffron with sapphire, emerald with ruby red, and purple stars with topaz doubles sphered, or wonderful as instruments attuned to some new ravishment of keen accord, in virgin gold and lilac burning bright, a stellar passion of harmonious fire. I dare not, must not die. I am the sight and hearing of the infinite. In me, matter fulfills itself before me, none beheld or heard, imagined, thought, or felt, and though I make the mystery known to men, it may be none hereafter shall achieve the perfect purpose of eternity. It may be that the universe attains self-knowledge only once, and when I cease to see and hear, imagine, think, and feel, the end may come, and matter satisfied, devolve once more through wanton change, and tides of slow relapse, suns, systems, galaxies, back to ethereal oblivion, pure accomplished darkness, might immaculate, augmenting everlastingly in space. Me, therefore, it beseems, while life endures, to haunt my palace in the Milky Way, and into music change the tumult high that echoes through the vast unvaulted courts, interminable, where the nebulae, evolving constellations, their spindles whirl. Me it beseems to take my joy in heaven, revealing glory, by my soul conceived, and by my soul begotten, in the rapt cohabitation with eternity. Epilogue. The last journey. I felt the world a-spinning on its nave. I felt it shearing blindly round the sun. I felt the time had come to find a grave. I knew it in my heart, my days were done. I took my staff in hand, I took the road, and wandered out to seek my last abode. Hearts of gold and hearts of lead, sing it yet in sun and rain, heel and toe from dawn to dusk, round the world and home again. Oh, long before the burr were steeped for malt, and long before the grape was crushed for wine, the glory of the march without halt, the triumph of a stride like yours and mine, was known to folk like us, who walked about to be the sprightliest, cordial out and out. Folk like us, with hearts that beat, sang it too in sun and rain, heel and toe from dawn to dusk, round the world and home again. My feet are heavy now, but on I go, my head erect beneath the tragic years. The way is steep, but I would have it so, and dusty, but I lay the dust with tears. Though none can see me weep, alone I climb the rugged path that leads me out of time and out of all, singing yet in sun and rain, heel and toe from dawn to dusk, round the world and home again. Deeds all done in songs all sung, while others chant in sun and rain, heel and toe from dawn to dusk, round the world and home again. End of Prologue Honeymoon by John Davidson. End of The Testament of John Davidson, Part 1. End of Epilogue The Last Journey by John Davidson. End of The Testament of John Davidson by John Davidson, Part 1. End of The Testament of John Davidson, Part 2. End of The Testament of John Davidson by John Davidson, Part 2. St. Valentine's Eve by John Davidson, from Fleet Street Ecologues. St. Valentine's Eve. Percy, a moping always journalist, for shame, though this be Lent no journalist need mope. The blazing Candlemas was foul and wet, we shall be happy yet, sweethearts and crocuses together ope. Menzies, a sail, console me not in jest or trope. Give me your golden silence, or if speech must wake a ripple on the stagnant gloom of this lamp-darkened room, speak blasphemy, and let the mandrake screech. Percy, dread words, 'tis Ericles' vein, and fit to teach the mandrake self-new ecstasies of woe, have passed my lips in blame of God and man. Now surely nothing can constrain my soul serene to riot so. Menzies, but you are old, the tide of life is low. No wind can raise a tempest in a cup. Easy it is for withered nerves and veins, parched hearts and barren brains, to be serene and give life's question up. Percy, although no longer chamber doors I dupe for willing maids that never conquered me, though unimpassioned be my tranquil mind and all my force declined. My quenchless soul confronts its destiny. But tell me now, what ghastly misery peeps from the shadowy cupboard of your eye? This chastened month in white and gold is dressed, lilies and snowdrops blessed. Be shriven by me as you were now to die. Shrovetide is come. Menzies, confessions purify, my skeletons I will uncupboard straight, and if you think me pitiful and weak, I pray you do not speak, but go and leave me lonely with my fate. My daily toil has irked me much of late, of books that never will be read I write what, save the anxious authors no one reads, and chronicle the deeds of fashion, crime, and counsel day and night. Once in a quarter, when my heart is light, I write a poem in a weekly sheet, to lie in clubs on tables crowned with bays, immortal for 7 days. This is the life my echoing years repeat. Percy, the very round my aged steps still beat. Menzies, and brooding thus on my ephemeral flowers that smolder in the wilderness, I thought, by envy sore distraught, of amaranths that burn in lordly bowers of men divinely blessed with leisured hours, and all the savage in my blood was roused. I cursed the father who begot me poor, the patient womb that bore me last of 10, ill-fed, ill-clad, ill-housed. I cursed the barren common where I browsed, and sickened on the arid mental fare the state has sown broadcast. I cursed the strain whence sprang my blood and brain, frugal and dry. I cursed myself, the heir of dreadful things that met me everywhere, of uncouth nauseous venals, smoky skies, a chill and watery clime, a thrifty race, using all means of grace to save their souls in purses, lingering lies, remnants of creeds and tags of party cries, scarecrows and rattles. Then I cursed this flesh, which must be daily served with meat and drink, which will not let me think, but holds me prisoner in the sexual mesh. I cursed all being and began afresh. My education and my geniture, which keep me running always from the goal, or stranded on time's shoal, in naked speech, a sixpenny reviewer, a hungry parasite of literature. Percy, no reasoning can meet so fierce a mood. I'll tell you of a journalist instead, these many winters dead, who out of evil could distill the good. He found his lot untamable and rude, and sometimes ate what beggars had disdained, left at the donor's door. Once on a time, a wanton youthful rhyme I read him with my tears and heart's blood stained, wherein of fate I bitterly complained. He praised my rhymes, then said, the poet's name is over-hallowed, and the statesman's praise unearned. Unearned the bays that crown the warrior, beauty art I blame, for love alone deserves the meed of fame. Menzies, I understand you not. Percy, be still and mark. And so, he said, though I am faint and old, high in my garret cold, while on the pane death's knuckles rattle stark, and hungry pangs keep sleep off in the dark, I think how brides and bridegrooms, many a pair, with human sanction, or all unvouched, together softly couched, wander and throb in rapture, how the care of ways and means, the thought of whitening hair, of trenchant wrinkles fade when night has set, and many a long-wed man and woman find the deepest peace of mind, sweet and mysterious to each other yet. I think that I am still in nature's debt, scorned, disappointed, starving, bankrupt, old, because I loved a lady in my youth, and was beloved in sooth. I think that all the horrors ever told of tonsured men when women sable stoled, of long-drawn tortures wrought with subtle zest, of war and massacre and martyrdom, of slaves in pagan Rome and Christian England who begin to test the purpose of their state, to strike for the rest, and time to feel alive in, all the blight of pain, age, madness, ravished innocence, despair, and impotence. The lofty anguish that affords the light, and seems to fill the past with utter night, is but love's needful shadow, though the poles, the spangled zodiac, and the stars that beat in heaven's high wailing street their myriad rounds, though every orb that rules, lighting or lit, were filled with tortured souls. If one man and one woman, heart and brain, entranced above all fear, above all doubt, might wring their essence out, the groaning of a universe in pain were as an under-song in love's refrain. Then in a vision holy time I see, as one sweet bridal night, Earth softly spread one fragrant bridal bed, and all my unrest leaves me utterly. I sometimes feel almost that God may be. Menzies. You touch me not. I, stretched upon the rack of consciousness, still curse. Woman in love? I would be throned above humanity, yet were I God, alack, I think that I should want my manhood back, hating and loving limits. Percy, I know how ill you are. You shall tomorrow do what I now order you. At early dawn, through London you must go, until you come where long black hedgerows grow, with pink buds pearled, with here and there a tree, and gates and stiles, and watch good country folk, and scent the spicy smoke of withered weeds that burn where gardens be, and in a ditch perhaps a primrose see. The rocks shall stalk the plough, larks mount the skies, blackbirds and speckled thrushes sing aloud, hid in the warm white cloud, mantling the thorn, and far away shall rise the milky low of cows and farmyard cries. From windy heavens the climbing sun shall sign, and February greet you like a maid in russet cloak arrayed, and you shall take her for your mistress fine, and pluck a crocus for her Valentine. Menzies. In russet cloak arrayed, with homespun smock and apple cheeks? Percy, I pray you do not mock. Menzies. I mock not. I shall see earth and be glad. London's a darksome cell where men go mad.